the menu. Coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a saw. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Chalk lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Bugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Men is steeped in code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a saw. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, blind schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Dago's whole story soaked in guilt and crime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
No. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, we're back open for business. Welcome back to the cafe. Great to have you guys back in the house. Please hit that like button on your way through the door and share this out, folks. We're hanging out late night tonight. Appreciate you guys so very much. We're going to take a little break, I think, from the Idaho stuff. And we're just going to do whatever we do. Look into some different things, talk about some stuff. Who knows what we're going to do? We're going to do whatever we do. So thank you guys for joining us. Please share this out. Hit the like button. And let's do this. 20 peeps in the house so far, 17 likes. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I appreciate you very much. I got a couple other songs there I'm trying out to see if anybody likes or doesn't like. I've been running different songs. I'm trying to find an intro song and an outro song that people like, and whatever I get from it. I know not everybody likes different types of music. I'm believe me, there's others coming too that are not rap or not rock or whatever. They're different variations to see what sticks with people. So that's why you guys keep hearing different intro songs and stuff all the time. So those two are my newest that I was messing around and putting together. Like them or not, you're not gonna hurt my feelings if you don't like them. I get it. Not a lot of people don't like that kind of stuff, so I get it. Just trying to feel it out, that's all. But welcome, everybody. Come on in, grab a seat, share it out, let everybody know what you're doing. And again, hit that like button. Find a seat at one of these nice little cafe tables here. Grab something to drink, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come on in here and spend some time with me. Let's hang out. I appreciate you all very much. I did want to touch on one thing tonight, though. I haven't got to do it. I want to discuss Atlas. Okay. I know it's a little different than our norm, but it's a big deal. It's really going on out there. And I just want to discuss it with you guys because I haven't got to do it. And I want everybody's thoughts and feelings on this. So I'm real interested in it. Really am. Eddie and I were discussing it a little bit yesterday, so yes, absolutely, Eddie. Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely. Princess. Let's see who we got. Princess Griftus. Eddie's in the house. Bianca, the lovely Miss Bianca. I'm sorry, the lovely and talented Miss Bianca. Thank you. The Tandy's in the house. Jumping in the Dago hood, she said. I love it when you say that. It's hilarious. Typically unique. Welcome back to you. The Cat Lady from up north. Welcome back to you, Cat Lady. Good to see you. Let's see. We got Mittens for Kittens again, Eddie. Let's see. Jennifer Meineke. Good to see you. Dag Burn. Johnny Gobbles. Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Diane. It's been a while. Miss Krista. Reality with Miss Krista. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great show earlier. Michelle, welcome back to you. Princess Griftus. Let's see. Come on in, guys. Share it out. Hit the like button. And let's do this. Always good to see you. Well, we can discuss that too, Hemisphere. Dory keeps on swimming right on into the cafe, and I appreciate you. Come on in, grab a seat. Yes, we have a new document to look at. That's about all we're going to get into with that. And that's enough. That's fine. I didn't know until just recently, like right after I had already put this show together. So give me a minute here. One second. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not new. Somebody else sent me a message saying there was a new one too. I don't see anything new, Hemisphere. Which one are you talking about? What's up, Robert? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. Echocardiogram is good. Well, I hope everything goes well, bro. I'll be praying for you and keeping you in my thoughts for sure. Yeah, I didn't think there was any. There's nothing new, Hemisphere. Did you see something different and confuse it maybe? Yeah, we'll be praying for you, Robert. For sure, bro. Yeah, I'll probably drop a link and let a couple of you guys join me up here as we discuss or do whatever we do. Guys, I'm wild. I'm crazy. I do weird things, so we'll see. Can we suggest songs, fun projects? Well, sure. Of course you could. Welcome, Witchy. Thank you so much for that super chat. God bless. I appreciate it. As always, y'all, and understand something. I do not, even though I've been called many names, really kind of bothers me. We don't ever expect tips nor donations, but we do truly appreciate it, guys, because those things right there keep this channel moving. It pays for my StreamYard. It pays for my internet. My other stuff that I need to run the show. All these things are not cheap. So people that donate to PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, super chats, super stickers, all that stuff. Well, the super chats and super stickers, they do, but that's not till next month. But this other stuff, it's really appreciated, guys. We don't ask for it. We don't expect it. We don't need you to have it to be here, but we do appreciate it. So thank you to anybody that does that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you again, Witchy. Very much appreciated. Very generous of you. Yeah, we got to keep the lights on at the cafe, folks. There's only one way to do it, and it's not cheap. So that's why we run those things. But either way, never expected. You guys don't have to pay to be in this community. I know there's a lot of people out there that you do, though. I still can't get over what Gray does. That blows my mind. Come on in, grab a seat. 34 peeps. Welcome back, guys. We got 30 likes, 33 likes. We're right on point. You guys are killing it tonight. That's awesome. Again, mods. Well, how many mods do we have in here? let's see. It looks like Tandy and Tomboy. Can we drop? You guys good with dropping a link? Can we drop Bianca's link, please? And thank you. Miss Bianca, she's very talented, folks, and I won't really want people to support her and her music and stuff that everything she does. So I appreciate that so much. Eminem, Mayhem and Miracles, good to see you. Thank you, Tandy. Guys, please, please go support Miss Bianca in her ventures of what she does. I really would appreciate that. She's very sweet. She's very smart. She's very talented. So please do that. We know how to get her done. You are awesome, Mayhem. I love it. Come on in, guys. 37 peeps in the house. I don't know if anybody caught the two pieces or the two bits of the music that I played. Those are two things I'm working on for background for the channel. I was going I've gone different ways. I've gone alternative, rap, hip hoppy, pop, weird. Absolutely, Bianca. We know so very much. So I guess that's a mistake then, Hemisphere. That document. Miss Krista, by the way, great job. And also drop Krista's link too for the reality. Great show. And listen, I didn't interact that much, Krista, because I don't know a whole lot about what you talk about, but I was into it, listening. But you did a great job. You do very well up there. Very well. I would really love to see you guys supporting Miss Krista as well. You are absolutely welcome. All right, guys. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if you want to join me, of course. Hold on, Tandy. All right. Welcome, dear. How are you tonight?
I'm good. Thanks for earlier. I appreciate it. I was excited to see it.
Oh, of course. Like I said, I'm sorry I didn't interact more, but I'm not super familiar with that stuff, but I can get more familiar with it. My wife is more familiar with that.
No, it was just, I mean, honestly, just to have you there and just watching it, it was cool. Appreciate it.
Oh, anytime. Absolutely. Absolutely. I support as many people as I possibly can, especially, I mean, not saying you're a newer channel, but you're newer to me.
Yeah.
And you support me. So, of course, I want to support and try to help you. I mean, you can, Eddie's been around a long time. I've helped a lot of channels and newer channels try to grow and get, I want to see people succeed. I really do. So,
I'm the same like with you. I appreciate that. And I not many people will support you back, and it's crazy when they don't, but you know,
I'll never understand that. What's up, Eddie?
Me neither. It's one of the things I don't get. It's free to support back, and you don't ask for much. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we know how hard it is to get to our own shows. Imagine, like, you know what I mean?
That's absolutely right. And like I said, there's two things in YouTube world that I absolutely detest and I hate is when a creator does not interact whatsoever with their chat. That makes me insane.
Me too.
And not supporting other creators that will support them. That blows my mind. Even if they don't support, I still, even if you've been in here one time and you have a channel, I'm going to put your link. I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to try to help you and support you in any way I can. And I've done it with many. So anyway,
And
sorry.
you know what? Your community and your chat, right, is a reflection of you, and they're amazing people, and they're and you know they don't have to show up for us at all. Our people, our members,
That's right.
At all times, and
that's why I'm so proud of this community, because I have a core of people that are always here every day.
Always.
Miss Paula is every single solitary day. Eddie's here almost every day. You know, if he can't be, there's a reason for it. Joanne is always here. Jen, there's even the newer people that are coming are every single day. And a lot of these people have been here for 3 going on 4 years. You know what I'm saying? That says something to me. That means something to me. And I try to give back in any way I can, that in with the respect and treating everybody absolutely the best way possible. And if for you to have people that show up in your show, there's some creators that have been out here for 3, 4, 6, 8 years. Okay. Yeah. And they've never talked to the people in their chat. And I'm going, like, I just don't understand. Like, how do you do that? These people are the reason why you're here.
That is so true. Like, and a lot of people too, like, you don't have to pay for anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, our subscription's free. It's free. Like, you don't have to pay super chats, nothing. Like, and I like what I do, the same thing you do. It doesn't matter who you are. Your comments getting up there. I'm going to interact. I want to say hi. You say hi to everybody. And I don't know why I don't understand where people's heads get. So, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, I shouldn't have to pay for you to like, no. Don't go live.
I even took my members. First off, sorry. Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you back, bud. Thank you for joining me, bud.
Good to see you both. Good evening.
Right. And I had taken my membership stuff. When I first started, I was being helped out by another creator who I no longer even want to talk about. And he sent me in a bad direction. But I reset all, like, my membership fees is at the lowest rate. I don't expect anybody. In fact, I took my 3rd level off because it was stupid to me for anybody to pay $7 to be a member somewhere.
Yeah.
Some of these creators have their top rate set at $19.99 to be a member. Like, what the hell is worth $20 to be a member or something? Like, I just don't get that. And I don't do members only things because I think there's people out there that can't afford to be a member some places, and you know, they're on a fixed income, whatever. And I don't think they should miss out because they can't be a member. I don't agree with that. So
that's why I think that's why I connect with you guys so much, because that's exactly how I am. And I don't, you know, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And it's like, I get everybody yelling, "Well, you curse too much." And I'm like, but I'm me. I don't know how. I'm not going to change. And
well, your channel, like my channel says 18 plus on it. So if I'm in here saying, if I say fuck every now and again, we're adults. I thought we're all adults. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying, like, everybody else curses. Why can't I?
I don't scream it. I don't say it all the time. You know, when I get worked up and angry, yes, you guys have heard me swear, but I was raised, and it doesn't mean that anybody else that does it is a bad person. It's just the way I was brought up. Okay. Cause I know that a lot of my community is a lot of women, and a little bit, you know, they're not 10 or they're not 20, 25, all of them. So it's a respect thing. It's not because I don't swear or because I'm a goody two shoes or none of that. It's respect, because a lot of women don't like to hear that kind of talk, and it's just a thing. You know what I mean? Guys don't like to hear it sometimes, but it's just the way I was raised. So people have like, "Oh, you can't swear in Dago's. He's a goody two shoes. No, he's not." Jesus.
Guys, let me speak on that real quick, because
yes, sir.
As long as I've been going on panels during this Idaho 4, I have never sworn once, and that's not because I don't swear or I'm against it.
Right.
Believe me, I'm able to, and I do. But I'm not going to when I'm on a panel. I look at it like I'm in your house. So
yeah,
I respect that.
And that's what I love about you, bro, because you are very respectful. You don't engage in a negative way with people. And if there is an issue, there's no arguing or blowing up or none of that. Eddie has always been one of the most respectful people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
That says a lot to me. So I appreciate that about you, sir.
Yeah.
Like I said, I try not to be that way when I go on other panels either.
Yeah.
I'm not in my house here. If I go to Willie's or Lana's or somewhere, I'm in their house. I'm trying to show respect to their house. It's how I was raised. And if it does come out, it's very rare. So
After you left earlier, Terry came up. That's my mama bear. And she's like, stop cursing. That's playing with your hair. I'm like, she's like, I don't like that. I'm like, I know. I said, you should hear what I said over there. I said, you'd be really mad at me if you heard me on their panel. I'm like, telling me that.
It doesn't bother me when people do
grounded.
it. See, that's another thing too. That first off, Noni McPoppins, happy Dago anniversary, 27 months. That's crazy. That is awesome. Absolutely awesome, Noni. We love you. I'm grateful. Like I said, there you go, right there. Some of these people, 27 months, 30 months. That's a long time to be stuck with one channel specifically. I've seen people that come and go in different places. A lot of the people have been here for a long time, and that tells me everything I need to know. I love that, and that's why I love these people. So,
good deal.
It's just it's a thing, folks. I love people, and I love these people, and they respect me and treat me very good. That means a lot to me. So
I think we're lucky. Like, we're really lucky to be able to do this. And like, even, I know that they don't pay us much and we don't barely make anything, but it's like, it's just wanting to connect with people. And like somebody like me who doesn't like to be around people in public, I get really anxious, and I can do like, this is my out. This is the way I connect with people and
I get it.
Out,
it's like therapy for me. And you can ask the mods and other people, if I don't do this for a day or so, I'm going through some kind of a weird thing. I don't feel right. I have to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'll take. There's every once in a while I'll take more than like over this like a couple times with mentally. I'll just take a week off or something, and just like regroup and stuff. But I start to miss it. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I can't take it anymore. I hate these people. I hate it. I can't do this anymore. And then like 3 days later, I'm like, I miss it. And even though it's Bravo content, I'll probably stick with it, but I was telling them earlier, like, I feel like it's very surfacey. Like, we need to start getting into something like more,
You'll figure it out. Listen, when I first came onto YouTube, I came onto YouTube because I was supporting somebody else from a show that I watched on YouTube. The show was called The Angry Grandpa Show. And it was just an older guy that would scream and yell and flip out and break things. It was just entertainment. Okay.
Yeah.
My son got me watching it. So I followed it like pretty hardcore. I was watching it for a long time, and then I got close to the one brother. And there was a whole Family Feud thing, and I supported him, and the other brother didn't, and that guy didn't support. So I just and I started noticing the people that the other guy was surrounded by, they were bullies. I hate bullies. I hate bullies. Okay. I can't stand bullying. I do no. And so I started. So he was being bullied bad. So this other guy, this group of people, they have a whole group on YouTube, and they were bullying, just bad bullying people, really nasty shit. I'm not even going to get into it. So I started a channel. Finally, I'm like, somebody's got to stand up against this, and that's what I did for like 7 months. That's all I did, is I went against this person, trying to take them down, get them off YouTube, blah blah blah, stuff like that, because it was insane the things they would say and do. Mm-hmm. And my wife was like, you need to stop doing that. It's stressing you out too much, because I would flip out constantly, and I was freaking out. I did swear a lot over there because I was constantly flipping out on these people. So, and I was like, she was like, why don't you go do what you like to do? I have 2 channels. I do this, and then I have a toy channel. I cover toys and stuff, and that's my hobby. I love toys.
My husband was that. I should tell you should, wherever the link is, I'll find it, but he loves that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't do much with it because I'm always in here, but that's my other thing. But anyway, I started with this because I've always been fascinated with like true crime and like just mystery and any kind of crime and stuff. A friend of mine, as a lot of people know already, they're not dolls, Tomboy. I'm going to send you a box of shit if you keep doing that. Anyway, when I was 12, a friend of mine was murdered and sodomized by 2 people in our neighborhood. And the guy that did it has been on death row for 40 years. And he's never there's still no justice for Raymond. Okay, so that was one thing that brought me into this world. I've always been involved in like when I was a kid, a little kid, Encyclopedia Brown book was
Oh,
all
wow.
about crime and mystery and stuff. I read those. Nancy Drew, the Hardy Boys. It's just always been that. I was supposed to be a police officer because everybody else in my family was, but something went down or something happened. I can't remember what exactly it was. I ended up going into the fire service instead, and EMS because the rest of my family is in the medical field. So, and then when I got hurt doing that, I found this, and I was like, this is like amazing. I loved it. You know, the ability to do this, and I've been stuck here, and I love the people here. I truly, absolutely, and anybody that knows me very well that's in here will tell you, I love the people here. If somebody's been in this community for a long period of time, like Eddie's perfect. He can tell you. Eddie, how many times did I come looking for you when you took your little hiatus?
Yeah, that's true. He has emailed me, concerned where I'm at, how things are going.
I feel like a personal connection with people. Okay. I always make myself that way. People say it's a bad thing to do, but there's not enough of this. There's not enough true camaraderie and true like caring in the world anymore. So I try to present a positive image and a message, and I try to group those people together, which is why I say I have, and I don't care what anybody says,
you do
on the hill, the best community on YouTube and the best group of moderators, period. That's it. That's all there is to it. We'll fight over it. That's it. You know what I mean?
So I remember when I first started coming over here, I was like, I kept missing your lives here and there and here and there. And I'm like, but I was like, I'm not going to, I tried to get involved in other communities, the Karen Reed thing. It's just, my opinions are too black and white for other people. So, and that's like, you can have your own opinion here and nobody, and it's like, there's nothing wrong with respectfully disagreeing. Like my show's called Whose Side Are You On? I'm used to disagreeing with people, and it's whichever side, it doesn't matter. But you have to just do it respectfully because planet Earth is not a cult. And we have to learn from each other. Or what could you imagine if we all agreed on the same thing? What would we talk about?
Nothing. It would be boring. Yeah. We have enough echo chambers out there. We don't need any more. Believe me, we have enough. I promise you, especially in the Idaho 4 case.
And when you're passionate about something, to be able to talk about it all day long with people that are like-minded like you, that's what's, I mean, don't get me wrong.
That's the thing I want. It doesn't happen because everybody gravitates towards people because of certain things, but the platform I have here, I want people to be able to have opposing opinions and still not be treated like shit. Because I floated around to different channels and I noticed like you can go into one channel and if you're pro burger, they call us, okay, you will get shot down and booted quicker than you can't even say one word. Or if you go into the opposing channel and you are that way and you make a statement that goes against what they believe, you're booted at the same time. I want to come down the middle with it. And sometimes it is difficult and I try to keep it level in here. But everybody from this community, for the most part, will listen to the other side and not so, oh, you're a stupid ass and you're this and you're that. It's ridiculous, but there's no reason. We're all the same. We're all adults. You know, and we're all we got, folks. I've been harassed out of I don't know how many other channels, which is why I don't go too many places. I will go to Lana. I'll go to Jules. I'll go to AR. Those are the same people that would come in here, but that's it. I don't go to these other channels because I know as soon as I say, but what about this and Brian? Dink, you're gone.
Yep. And it's so, like I got a great person. I got in a fight in his. It was I couldn't believe it. I could not believe how rude they were to me. Like I'm like, and then he was like rude to me. And I'm like, hello. I'm like, aren't we supposed to agree with you? I guess you're a cult now or something. Like I'm confused.
What I don't get,
like you have opposing opinions out of your chat. Like what the hell?
Well, I've like in Gray Hughes' channel, for instance, I went in there a few times.
I don't even know who he was.
He never said anything to me, but I've seen him say to other people that bring something. He'll look at it at the screen. Are you stupid? You must be stupid. How dumb are you? You don't talk to people that way.
Like, whoa, dude. Because
they think differently than you do. They're dumb or stupid. Who the fuck are you? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, no.
Exactly.
And that's what I try to avoid in here completely. And I've had people that will come in here and try to pick apart somebody and they're gone. My mods are quick. They don't play. You don't do that here. So
Dago, you know what that is? That's a sign of insecurity on his part.
yes, it is. 100%,
It's-
bro. That is exactly what it is. And that tells me they're not even sure of their own thoughts. Okay. If you're not secure within your own feelings,
and it's
enough that you have to go attack somebody because of theirs,
yeah.
you're not sure of what the hell you're thinking. I'm sorry. But yeah, Eddie, perfect point. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah, they just. Oh,
that's the
sorry.
thought. Thank you.
What were you saying, Krista?
Oh, I have to let your your other subscribers talk to your other somebody that just came into your channel new and allow that to happen is like ridiculous. I'm like, really? I'm like, I've never ever kicked somebody out of my chat. I've never not pinned a comment, or I kept all ignorant comments, like, because it's mostly about me. And that says more about them than it does about me. So I'm going to pin your ignorant comment.
Yep. Agreed. Welcome, Mayhem, Double M, like I said, Micro Blue, the mega stars in the house. Good to see you again. Gen 7, great to have you. Fizzy fizzing around in here. Angel D, good to see you, Miss Angel. Wade Bird, welcome back to you. Donna Salamander, Jesse Stargazing. What's going on, Jess? Good to see you tonight, hon. Legendary's back in the house tonight. Good to see you, my friend. Donna Salamander, always happy to have you. Typically unique. Miss Dory, wake up in 1984. Good to see you tonight. Witchy, some of you guys, I'm probably saying it again, but that's okay. Simply Solo, Yinzal's in the house. Good to see you tonight. No free speech. That's right. Yeah. Forbid. And I've made a couple simple rules too. Michelle F., welcome back to you. I avoid politics and I avoid religion because those two things will light the wick on anybody's candle. I'm telling you right now. And it's easier just to not talk about it. Now, if you do have to talk about it, sometimes you do. Most of the people in here can do it without being, almost everybody can do it without being a child about it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
Yep. It's almost assuredly, it would divide the room right in half.
absolutely. It absolutely does. And it's understood. You know, I get it. Especially those topics, because they're very strong topics and people have very strong emotions on those topics. So it's better just not to put them out there.
That's been part of the challenge too, because there is this like fine line. There is a like a gray area in true crime where it does often edge really close to that line, or it even does kind of even cross in, and it's a challenge to try to navigate through that and to have a conversation which, you know, deletes that part of it.
Yes.
And still be able to you know, touch on the
many
points.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Many cases will border, like he's saying, on something involving a political aspect. Okay.
Well, I mean, just take that Minneapolis shooting today. I mean, we don't want to talk about it, but you posted, you know, in your post about it, and that's just something that we really can't talk about
because of the circumstances.
You have to eliminate parts of it when you talk about it, but
yeah, absolutely. No, you're right.
Just kind of keep it superficial and, you know, praying for the victims, and here we go again, and, you know, just kind of have a meaningless type of conversation. But if you start getting into you know, all the details of it and the who, what, where, when, why, how it.
Well, and what happens is you'll get like somebody, he's right, and you'll get somebody. Well, if Trump would have done this, then this wouldn't have happened, and that wouldn't have happened, and damn it, Biden, and blah blah blah, and it's like freeze, stop.
I know, right?
Nope, we're not going there, because as soon as we go there, whether it's right or wrong, somebody's going to either disagree, and like Eddie said, it splits you right down the middle of the room. And
yeah, I have nothing to say about it. I've learned. I've had people try to tell me to take my live down. I said something like, people will start saying things on my channel, and it'll go into a conversation, and then they want me to take it down, because they don't want people to. I'm like, I'm not. At the fourth time, I'm not doing that anymore. Like,
you shouldn't have to. That's the problem.
No,
if you can't get understanding or get along and realize the comment doesn't affect you directly. Okay, if somebody makes a statement about Trump and somebody supports Trump, but somebody doesn't, okay. So what? It doesn't change us. We're still the same people. You're not, pissing at my Cheerios this morning. It doesn't matter to me that you like him and I don't. It's okay. It's okay. Because you know what? I still care about you.
Right.
I don't care about him, but I care about you. Because we are all we have, folks, and we have to support each other. He don't give a shit about either one of us.
No.
That's the problem right there. And people think that they do, but it's not worth getting into. It's just not.
We needed to come together instead of being separated. They tried to. They
the
really
biggest
tried.
issue. Yes, and that's what my whole basis of what I do is to keep us together.
Yeah.
And bring us together, just like with this case. Okay. When this case hit, we were all kind of in the same little boat floating around out there in the water. Okay. It took, Eddie, how long do you think it took before the divide happened?
The Poburgers versus the Gilchers.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that was pretty much immediately. It started out slow though. It was like a, kind of a snowball growing as it rolls down the hill.
Yeah, it wasn't. Some of these cases, it's an immediate, right down the middle. Like, you're crazy. No, no. This way, he's right. It was a slow ease, and everybody slowly got in. See, with me, at the beginning,
feel it building though.
Yes, very much tension ridden. The
mainstream media did that to the case,
or mainly it comes from. They're the ones that provoked it and promoted all of that for everybody to see the things that they saw to make their mind up. But I don't do that. See, my issue came upon as soon as I read the PCA. I was good. You're saying he's guilty? Okay, we'll go with that.
That's what I was going to ask you. What did you think the first time you saw all that?
I couldn't think anything because we didn't know anything about that or him. So I'm like, okay, you say that he's guilty. I'll believe you because we're supposed to be able to do that. Okay. Right. Yeah. In real life, as Eddie likes to say, in a real world, right side up world, we're supposed to be able to believe in our
PCA
and law enforcement, all that. So I went with it until I read that thing. And I think he may have been here when we read that for the first time. And I went, what? Wait, how does that doesn't make what? You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's that right there. The day that document was released, within a week of that document being released, everything was definitely in half immediately. Okay. So, and a lot of us, and you can ask Eddie again, because he's been here the whole time. I sat in the middle on the fence for the longest time. And I mean the longest time, until literally the last maybe 3 months. I was right down the middle because I didn't know guilty or and up until about basically truly when these reports all started to drop, I was completely 100% full-fledged. You were absolutely innocent. There's nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to change my mind at this point. See, Eddie's been there with this the whole time. Like, Eddie saw this for what it was. Almost from day one. I mean, give it a little time because he had to do a lot of research into things, and called it for what it was. Guys, give me 1 minute. There's somebody. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Don't you think it's a true? I don't know. Maybe I'm just still like, I don't know. I feel like to me it's still true who done it. I'm not catching on. If you guys know, I'm not catching on at all.
As far as who done it?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I've never kind of explored that because we'll never know.
Yeah.
And I've always known we'll never know. So there's really no point to me trying to figure that out. Even if you solve that puzzle, it's not like the state, Bill Thompson's going to congratulate you and say, yeah, you got it. That's who it really is. That day ain't coming. So,
has there ever been a case where like they've just let the person go? I mean, just be like, okay, well, we know that he didn't do it now. Or I don't know how any of this would even work.
That's a good question. I don't think. Well, this is a very unusual case like that because they know he didn't do it.
I know, that's the worst part.
Yeah,
it's scary for all of us.
And it makes it really hard to discuss and hard to explain because It's like a mind. You have to kind of be in a mindset, and if someone's not in that mindset and they're discussing it, it's like two ships passing in the night. The conversation is just lost on the other person. You have to be able to understand what's happening in this case. Otherwise, if you're taking it like at face value, the discussion will just be like two people that aren't able to connect at the same level and understand. I guess that's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, like, you know, like there's when you see two people that have been together a long time and they fight about the same thing all the time, and you realize that they just aren't hearing each other anyway. Like, it's not, the communication is not working. They need somebody else to explain to you what she means. I'll explain to you what he means, because you guys are saying the same thing and you're not, or not the same thing. You're just not communicating. I don't know.
And that's a lot like how this is, Krista, because it's funny because there's people that have come in here and they've been in other channels and they're listening to what they're saying and they're like, no, Brian was guilty. This happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. And they don't have all the information. And they've come in here, and I'm not saying just my channel, but at that time, that person specifically came in here and we explained something to them and they were like, wait a minute, that I didn't know that. They didn't tell me that. They just told me this, and this, which happens a lot. A lot of the guilters on that side of things will leave specific things out on purpose because it doesn't fit their narrative. Okay. And it makes Brian look less guilty. And in turn, they're not going to talk about it, just like the news reporters and the news stations and all that kind of stuff does. So in turn, they're just not telling people. They won't talk about it. So then I'll show them, or I have showed them that one person. I remember that, and they explained it. Excuse me, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's absolutely innocent." And I'm like, "Whoa, calm down. It's not that bad, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah."
And that happens every which way you look. Okay, one way or another. Now, I've never tried to force my feelings on somebody or make them believe that he's innocent for this, that, but I will argue the points that, like Jeff would come in here all the time and say, but he did this, and this, and he did this and that, and this and that, and this and that. No matter how many times I would show the answer to what he was saying in a different form, other than what he's saying, he didn't hear it. He doesn't want to, they don't want to hear it. That's the thing. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter.
That's what was happening with the Karen Reed case. Like,
yeah.
Let's see what that it took them really to the, when I saw the X-ray, I was like, oh, and that was the very, very, very end of trial too. I was 100% convinced. This, it took me until just finding out that that person had blood on her items and the cleanup. Because I was like, not that I thought that he did it. I just figured a lot of people don't want to believe that the police are wrong or that the police would do something like this. Or
that's the biggest issue right there. Yeah. Nobody will ever accept that. Right.
It's hard. And you know what I can see it with my own eyes, and I can.
One of the things I would scream about, I'm like, guys, just because a police officer arrested that person and put handcuffs on them, that doesn't make them guilty. They make mistakes all the time. Okay. They don't know everything. They just know what they're told and what they have seen right in front of their face. That's it. That doesn't mean that person actually did that. So you got to look into things. You got to research some things. You got to do a little bit of educating to yourself to understand the true situation. Everybody makes mistakes, and law enforcement makes them all the time.
They need to correct them now.
Dago, I think you just touched on the kind of the key to explain what I was trying to explain moments ago. It's like some people think that it's a mistake, like you just said. Like police do make mistakes, and they do arrest the wrong people. And some people have a hard time understanding that this is a case where it was a purposeful arrest of someone who is innocent, knowing that he's innocent. That's a hard concept for people.
That's right, Eddie.
Wrap their head around.
Yep, that's what a lot of people aren't getting with this case. Go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
There's no way to prove it. They've, other than all these inconsistencies that we're seeing, and a lot of people can see them, and we've been talking, coincidences.
Right.
Just
like me, for instance.
It's still, I'm still racking my brain. Like, how did he do? How?
I would welcome Hemisphere. Good to have you here, bud. And like I said, Eddie will tell you too from back in the day. I'll tell you this. I said it once before. I said there's no way that the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, and the FBI are all in on some crazy ass conspiracy theory frame job. That's true. Okay. You don't need all of them to be in on something. Okay. That's the point that I made when it finally came to realization for me. You don't need all that. You need 1, 2, 3 people, maybe it tops, to be involved in something that they really know about. Okay. You have what I call pawns. There's a lot of pawns in this case where people that just do their jobs, they don't ask questions. They just do what they're told. They listen to what they're told by their superiors and supervisors, and they do it. You know, they may have an idea that something ain't right. They're not going to challenge that because that's their job.
Yep.
And that's what is going on here. Not every 500th person in this case, because there's at least that many people involved, are involved in some crazy ass conspiracy to frame somebody. No, it don't work that way. That makes no sense. Okay. But what I just explained does. Okay. Or it could even be an entire police force knows what's going on. A small one like Moscow, and a few people with Idaho. Jesus Christ, Gary Tolson already did this once, and in the I can't think of the name of the case. I always forget the name, but he's got Brady Giglio violations on him from the last case. Huh?
I heard something about it earlier.
It was a doctor that they framed a doctor and
chiropractor guy.
Yes, yeah, he had nothing to do with it, and so on and so forth, and so it's already known. There's multiple situations like this out here in this area, so it's something that's already a red flag. We got multiple officers within this police unit that have been investigated by IA, that have ongoing investigations. There's reasons why a lot of these guys left or retired. These are Moore and Drake, exactly, Fizzy. I'm just saying, like, when you see these things and you research and look into these things, they're not just coincidences. It's real shit, folks, and it's absolutely not right. So
I don't know why they just can't. It's nothing wrong with saying that I made a mistake. We made a mistake. I mean, I don't.
Because you can't listen. Okay, if you
know?
Christopher Tapp, that's another horrible situation too. People have pride. That's one. It's a bad thing, but it happens.
Integrity. How about integrity?
But these things are big deals. Okay, you can lose your job. You can be made to look like like you're bad at what you do, and all of that flows into this. And if it's you're gonna make everybody else look bad, that could be bad for you too. So rather than just admitting to the mistakes or the bullshit, see, that's the difference with this case. Though I'm gonna say it in a second. They just cover it up. Okay, they're just done with it. They just hide up the mistake and they do something else, and then you can't do that though, because
you're running another.
Then it becomes layers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But see, this is different. This is not just mistakes, Krista. This is, like Eddie had said, this is being done on purpose for a reason that nobody quite understands. Cy Ray, once again, I got to go back to him every time. They're purposely misdirecting the court systems on this case to cover up a much bigger issue. It's not being done accidentally. It's not mistakenly. It's a real thing that they're doing to cover up a much larger issue. And that's what this is about.
And I know, I go back to what Steve Gonzalez said. He goes, not with my daughter, not my daughter. Like, like, you're not using my daughter's death to protect. When I was talking about protecting the university, and that's like, well, they are, and you need to take that anger and guide it to the right places now. I
wish you would have seen that in the beginning, Steve, because you're part of the problem. You've been part of the problem at this point,
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I would be losing it if this was my family, and I saw this right now. I hope that's what they're doing. I hope that they are. Because I think, if anything, they're the families are going to be the ones that are going to be able to fix this.
Welcome, Mary.
We don't have any rights. And just like John and Keith's mom should sue the hell out of Massachusetts. And instead,
I feel so bad for his mother with what she had to go through twice. That poor woman. Twice.
And they knew they couldn't win. And they knew that they were like.
Welcome, Docket.
so awful. And it's like,
Good to see you,
here they
bro.
are again. Here's another state doing it again. It's like,
I actually wanted to put that. I might do that too. Is show what Dockett did. It's an 11-minute piece that he did, and he did a really good job with it, guys. And I wanted to share that with you earlier, and I didn't get a chance to. But thanks for being here, Dockett. I appreciate you, bro, and I appreciate your work too. You do great things, my friend.
I was just watching-
Hemisphere. I haven't let you speak once, my friend. What's happening?
Oh, no, I'm doing good. Dago, how's everybody doing?
We're doing good, sir. Appreciate you joining us up here.
Well, I just want to explain something. Now, when I first got into the case, I was the very first hearing that I saw Bill Thompson. How can I explain it? It's kind of like meeting somebody for the first time, and you
Right.
get a vibe from them saying something ain't right about this guy.
Right.
And it's what one thing that a couple months earlier, my my stepdaughter's son, I took him to Walmart one night, and they had a Santa Claus, white Santa Claus. They had a black Santa Claus and all that. And he's very, very smart. And he asked me, he said, why they got two different Santa Claus? I'm like, I'm not going to lie to the guy. I'm like, well, that's just the narrative they want you to believe. Oh, okay. So you finally got smart enough to a point where one Christmas we hearing jingle bells and all that in the store, and he thought about what I said, and he thought Santa Claus, and he said, now if I was to take the word Santa and add an "in" to it, what does it say? I said, you get what I'm saying. So this is a little kid that's picking up on all that. Now, I'm not trying to tell anybody what they can and cannot believe. I'm not going to do that. But for a 7-year-old to pick up on that says a lot. So when I'm seeing Bill Thompson there, I'm thinking about my boy over here, and I'm going, something ain't right with this cat. And true to form, and as it all came out, my suspicions was true. And come to find out that he has a history of doing this.
Plea deal, Bill. Yes, sir.
I got a case right here that I'm pulled up. Scarfield versus Gilliard. It's
Yeah, that's 29 years
same,
ago.
It's the same thing. He tried to do the relief appeal, but the attorney that was representing over the relief deal got tangled up, and now he's constantly in this roller coaster of appeal.
Yep.
I don't want to see Koberger do that because I feel like it's there's no debate about it. This guy is innocent as I'll get out. And I've made mention in chat several times, and everybody's seen it, and they all pretty much agreed. For me, when Bill Thompson said in open court, we cannot put him in the house. We don't have anything tying him to the victims at all. And for Hitler to sit there and go and ask him, because it was part of the script, I get it. Are you sure you want to do this? And he agreed to it. As a judge, there's something about Hitler Now I might be wrong, and if I'm wrong, let me know I'm wrong. I'm learning too. But for Hitler to go, he has to be looking at the docs too, even though they're sealed. He has access to everything. So you're telling me that Hitler does not sit there and read everything that comes in behind closed doors?
You're supposed to, as a judge, you absolutely are supposed to, and you're right.
It's clear to me that I don't know for sure. Of course, I can't prove it. I'm just going by what I'm seeing too. And the way that it was done, I feel like he didn't do it because he pretty much set it up. If you listen to what people say, they tell on themselves. If you really listen to them,
Right.
and he pretty much told you exactly how he's going to do what he's going to do when he first took over the case. What was the very first thing he said?
The first thing he said was, "I ain't gonna lie to you and tell you that I want to be here." That's a red flag right there.
Right. And he don't want the case. They just dropped the case on his lap because Judge just so happened retired. And they did that. They couldn't find the jury pool, whatever.
I'll give you one up on that. I think they purposely gave it to Hitler because Hitler has had a tendency in the past, because of the types of cases he was running, to kind of flow with the prosecution. So they knew that was going to go in favor. So I have a feeling that they requested him on purpose.
Yeah, because I think he has some prosecutor, what do you call it, in the past. He has done that before he took bench. Because I know some prosecutors and some defense attorneys, they end up going on in the bench. He may have some form of prosecutor background, but I believe that they gave him a narrative and told him this is the way we want to do it, see it done, and he came up with that strict schedule, and he was not going to deviate from that schedule at all. So all this, what Ed Taylor was trying to do, delay, he wasn't going to do all that. And it backed him in the corner, and he had no choice but to come up with a play. She didn't have no choice.
Well, and the problem I know he gets assigned. Believe me, I get that. Okay, I just have my own feelings on certain things within the government. There, I'm not that dumb to think that you can pick your judge and that kind of thing. I have other thoughts about this. I'm not saying that. There's Lucci. Good to see you, Lucy. They pick and they assign him through the Supreme Court and all that stuff. I get all that, but I just have my own thoughts. And he was doing malpractice, like medical malpractice type stuff. Okay. And he was always, in a sense, the way it would flow is he would always end up with the prosecution on that because of the type of case it was. So I just have thoughts about it. That's all I'm saying. So for those of you that are, I get it. I understand. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Hemisphere.
No, it's fine. It's good to talk about it because ignorance is bliss. So you may not know. We don't know.
Yes, it is.
So, I know. I'm taking in everything you're saying. I appreciate everything you're saying. So yeah, I'm listening.
And please give me your feedback because it's the way I've seen it might not be the way you see it. You see what I'm saying? So we all can be on the same page because it's like we all know right from wrong.
Yep.
What's right is right, wrong was wrong. It's some folks don't understand or don't know that for somebody to pull this off, they don't have no feelings at all. Everything that defines a person in their right frame of mind to distinguish the right and the wrong. These guys are right down in the middle, and they don't care.
Right.
at all. Period. It's not about you. It's not about who you know. It's not about none of that. It's not about your family. It's none of that. So if you look up Ted Bundy and all the serial killers in the past that they keep throwing up on Koberger, that's the element that you're going to find about those people. They have no empathy, none whatsoever. Do you actually think if they was to see somebody or an old lady that couldn't cross the road, that they would actually take the time to escort her across the road?
Oh, you mean like maybe somebody has a heart attack and falls out, and you try to save their life?
Yeah.
Like Brian did? Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
You know,
That's
and
one of
I
the
just
main.
think-
That's a point that really got me. And when I found that out, a serial killer isn't going to do that. Sorry.
That's true.
Just saying.
That is so true.
Go ahead, Hemisphere. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, you good. I mean, it's distinguished. That's I guess that's my only part, and to let everybody know about that part. If you know how to identify that or know the signs of somebody to do that, you're going to know right off the bat something's wrong with this person.
Mm-hmm.
Or something is odd about this person.
And yeah, and that's a good point too. You don't become this person. You don't go to bed and wake up the next morning a mass killer. It doesn't happen that way. It's not just an overnight thing. It's not a 1 week thing or a 1 month thing. It starts at a young age and it grows into this, as they always have. Okay, it's in there at some point, and
Right.
it would have been seen. Okay, it would have been seen in other variations, in my opinion, in different ways, and it wasn't. So,
And also, I get away from Idaho for a second. I looked into the case involving the sheriff and the judge.
Mm-hmm.
Now, without me knowing what everybody on the panel knows about that,
yeah,
did you know that there's a lot more to that case than the judge just going into his chambers and just killing you?
oh yeah, I cover that one. So yeah, I know.
I saw Survivor and the Survivor and a few other podcasts where this lady is coming out and said that there is a sex ring
Yeah,
that's
I
been
just
going
covered.
on. And all the elected officials and everybody's involved in that too.
The whole county. Yeah, we just covered it 2 nights ago. I don't know if you were here. I don't think you were here then, but there absolutely is. The whole county has known about it. It's not a secret. It's yeah, it's a huge thing.
Mm-hmm.
I called it. In fact, I titled it the Letcher County brothel, because that's what it is. The courthouse. It was happening in the courthouse, up in the chambers. I don't know if you knew this, but there were guards, like jailers. They were like checking out inmates and taking them home for the night and bringing them back the next day. Like, what the hell?
And some had wives that were enjoying it too and stuff like that. I hear like all kinds of crazy.
It's
And,
bad.
like-
And the judge would say things like, well, oh, okay, you got another drug charge. And he's like, I'll just come see me 2 or 3 times. We'll take care of it.
Wasn't he married to somebody really young too? He ended up marrying one of the
Him
judge-
and the prosecutor both are married to sisters that are like 35, 40 years younger than them. So yeah, it's weird.
There
The whole
you go.
thing's
There you
great.
go.
Yeah,
Even
that's
the
another
head
one
prosecutor
I've been impressed with.
that's involved in that county is involved in all this too.
Like
They're even saying that the FBI office that's in Kansas is tied all into it too.
Ah,
yeah, yep.
I mean, we're
wow.
a
There's
lot of
no
stuff
morality.
coming out. I'm just saying, a lot of things are coming out, like with P. Diddy. Now
Yeah.
you got this going on, and then you got the Idaho Poor going on. We don't know what's really big behind Idaho Poor.
And here's the thing, though. Understand something when I say this. A lot of this kind of stuff has been going on for long periods of time, years and years and years, folks. The only reason why it's coming out like it is now is because of this.
Time.
Okay, we didn't have all this back then,
True.
and you know things are the what do you call it, the Me Too movement. Okay, people aren't keeping their mouths shut like they used to back in the day, where, well, that's not my business, I'm not going to talk about that, I'm staying out of this and that.
Changing
No.
of guards. The changing
Yeah,
of guards.
people are waking up and they're saying, okay, life is not supposed to be this way. This is not what it's all about, and we're sick of it. So yeah, it's been the problem for a long time, folks. It really has. A lot of this stuff has, but it is truly enough. You know, our judicial system, our law enforcement systems, they're not being run the way they should, and they never have. Especially in the South, like those the good, we call them good old boy towns. You know.
Yeah. Charleston, North Carolina, South Carolina.
Run things by their own set of rules for years, decades. Okay, and a lot of people.
You look at the Murdoch case. I mean, he was a lawyer,
a
well-respected lawyer.
Family too, right? The whole family was respected, apparently. Right?
Yeah. I mean, you just. It's amazing that when you start peeling back the apple just a little bit, start looking inside, it's all rotten to hell. It really is.
Yes.
I don't want to go into a religion thing because that concept is I think it's on individualized. It's on you. I tell everybody that's interested that comes and talks to me about it. He said, "Man, the best thing for you to do, open it up, start reading it."
Say that one more again. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Open it up as far as religion goes. Just start opening it up and start reading. Read it. Because I can sit here all day long and preach at you, but I can't force you to believe in what I say. Because you're going to believe what you believe anyway.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just open it all up and you start reading it, start asking questions, start learning, things will start opening up for you.
That's true. And what Jen just said here is everything starts with the people. We are the people, as it says, we the people. Like this, we are the only ones that can make any of this stuff change. Okay. And I think a lot of people are starting to realize that. And a lot of people have always felt like I'm not important. I don't matter. Nothing I say is going to make a difference. So why do it? But then your neighbor John sees you doing that and feels the same way. And then John's neighbor Timmy sees that and feels the same way. And then Timmy's mom Lucy and her neighbors and her friends, everybody starts to feel the same way. And everybody's just like, it's not worth it. Nothing's going to change it. That's what they want us to believe. Okay. That's how they have trained everybody, I should say, to feel that way, to be that way. And if they like it that way, because they keep us under their thumb. That's enough. It's enough.
It's like voting. You know, not a whole lot of people running up to vote. That's
because they don't think it matters, right?
Right. So if you sit there and you tell me, okay, if you vote, okay, I'm going to vote for you because you say you're going to make a change, and then come to find out, well, 4 years later, we're still in the same rut. So, like, you just basically saying whatever you want to say just to get in the numbers. And that's the way I feel.
Absolutely.
You speak for everybody else.
Yes.
That's just the way I feel.
Well, they all do the same thing. You're absolutely right. So, well, that's if we get to see it too, Wade Bird. But no, that's very good points, Hemisphere. And I appreciate your input for sure, because it's all true. Absolutely. Lucy, you're being crazy over here. Midnight Ed Manchiel, good to see you. That's why people in power.
Your insight.
What'd you say, Krista?
I appreciate the insight, Hemisphere.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
You and Eddie too. You and Eddie both.
I mean, I'm far from being the smartest thing in the whole world, but I'm just, I look at the world differently, I guess. I look at it with my own set of eyes. I just see what I can see, and I know what I see is not. That's not right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that's we have to start looking at it through our own eyes instead of through their eyes. Okay. That's the problem. And Midnight says that's why people in power want the workers in society to find fault with each other in this group or that group rather than focusing on the people abusing power. Bingo. Bingo. They keep
Exactly.
everybody at odds. They keep, the communities at odds so that they're focused on that, distracted and smoking mirrors instead of paying attention to what the hell they're doing. And that's one of the biggest problems. I do agree with that. So, anything to add to that, Eddie? She's cute.
No, I just enjoy listening to good conversation.
Of course, yes.
Having
Dago
fun and
just
chat.
said that I can control it and turn it down. Wait, what?
Lucy, I love Lucy.
Lucy's. I love her too. Dago just said that I can control it and turn it on and off oh my god. Shut up, Lucy. Speaking of Dylan, I wanted to show this thing real quick here. Docket put out. I think you did a great job with this docket. If you're still in here, I wanted to share this earlier. This is a docket decoder put this out. It's a quick, just an 11-minute thing. And I meant to share this earlier today, and I completely got sidetracked and forgot. I'm gonna throw his link in here. I want you guys to go subscribe to Docket if you can, if you would. Hit the notification bell and make sure you like this and anything else, because everything else he's put out, I really enjoy what he does. So I think you will be too, and I definitely feel like you won't be disappointed. CZ, welcome. Good to see you. Nothing half-assed. Great to see you as well. True Seeker, welcome back to you. Of course, Miss Lucci, we love you and grateful to have you here. Angel D, I seen you. Jesse, it's been a minute, Jesse. I'm glad that you're here. We've missed you. Jody Walters, great to have you here. Miss Charlene 101, good to see you. Wade Bird, welcome back. Rach, great to see you as always. Make it midnight, of course. Wonderful to have you here too. I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody because you guys are important. Kent Corbett, good to see you, brother. Good to have you in the house as always. Gen 7, of course. And there's Docket right there. Of course, Megastar. And if we could put Docket's link in the chat, please, somebody, I appreciate that very much. Let's check it.
Welcome to Docket Decoder. If you enjoy our content, please help us out by hitting that like button or leaving your comments for us. And don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date with the latest court filings. One of the more fascinating parts of following the Idaho 4 case has been some of the voices on the edges. People outside of law enforcement, outside of official court filings, who have stepped forward with information. I'm not talking about the perfectly timed leaks from anonymous sources in the mainstream media, but rather individuals who claimed some connection to the case or to the people involved. They rarely revealed their full identity, but often gave enough detail about how they were connected and where their information came from to spark attention. Some of the better known examples would include WSU mom Kim and Dave, a University of Idaho student, who said that word of the murders was spreading in large group texts and chats, particularly in Greek life circles, hours before the 911 call was made. If true, that kind of information would have had major implications for the investigation and the case against Brian Koberger. But at the time, it was nearly impossible to verify, so most of us would just file it away under the wait and see category. Now, with so much more official information coming out, including body cam footage from the responding officers and details about the roommates, the friends who gathered, and the 911 call, I think it's worth revisiting some of those early voices and weighing their claims against what we know now. The video I'm sharing here comes from someone who said he was close to Dylan Mortenson's inner circle. More specifically, his girlfriend was, but he claimed he also spent significant time with Dylan in the days following the murders, or as he called it, the incident. His video description is striking. He says the details he's sharing were cleared by Dylan herself for release, while also noting that there were 4 shocking details the prosecutor specifically instructed could not be shared. This video was uploaded on January 13th, 2023, right around the time that Brian Koberger was arrested and we first saw the probable cause affidavit. With that timing and everything we've learned since, I think it's important to look back and ask, how does what he says line up with what we know now? And that's what we're going to dig into here.
Okay, so before we dive into what I'm referring to about the Fed screwing or attempting to screw Dylan, and give you a brief background as to who I am. So my girlfriend is in Dylan's inner circle. And by inner circle, I mean inner circle. Like they've hung out almost every day since the incident occurred. And I've seen her a plethora of times as well. So you're going to notice I'm not going to use words like allegedly, supposedly, because all of this is actual firsthand factual information. Where should I start to clear things up? First of all, there's a lot of misconception about Dylan suffering from PTSD or trauma or any of that. None of that is accurate. In fact, when we try to console Dylan after the incident, she's the one that was laughing at me and my girlfriend and I, talking about we're so weird, and we tried to give her a hug and stuff. So she's still the same old Dylan. She's had a rough life growing up. She's been through a lot. She doesn't have PTSD and didn't suffer any trauma. The incident that night, and what I'm referring to with the feds actually put a lot of words into her mouth that she didn't say herself first. So there was a lot of leading statements that they were insinuating to her. And she was really scared the first few days, obviously, after the incident occurred. So, like, the reason none of it makes sense in the affidavit is because it didn't really happen that way. So she never stood there shocked when she saw the individual. She was just standing in her doorway, like anybody who opens the door. It was just, she opened the door and yelled at Ethan and Xana, and who she thought was their friend. She yelled at them to be quiet. That's what was going on with that situation. And she just went back into her room. She locked the door like usual and, went to sleep. Everything was quiet after she yelled at them. So she didn't think anything of it. For everyone who's creating these random stories about her being shocked or traumatized, she didn't realize anything was going on. And it might sound crazy, it might sound dumb, but she really had no clue anything was going on. They were being a little loud, so she yelled at them to be quiet. And that's it. She locked her door and she just went back to her room. And she didn't want to be nosy or anything. So, she was kind of new to that house, so she didn't want to be nosy and, get all up in their business, especially at, in the middle of the night or early morning. So it's as simple as that. Everyone trying to blow that whole situation into something that's not. So yeah, that's that. And she didn't actually get a real good look at Brian. At the time, she assumed it was one of Xana and Ethan's friend who was just getting ready to leave, who was walking out. She didn't get that good of a look. The feds were really aggressive with Dylan the first few days, which is why she hired the attorney to begin with, because of the treatment of her during the interview, more like an interrogation, to be honest. So that's why she got an attorney, because the way they were talking to her and, they didn't really understand or believe why she's the only one alive when you kind of skip rooms to get to the other 2 rooms. So she didn't really like the feel of how the interrogators or the feds were talking to her. And within like a few days after the incident, they approached her with pictures of Brian. I was like, is this the guy? Do you think this is the guy? This is definitely him, right? And they were almost leading her to believe this has to be the person. And she wasn't really sure, but they kind of put those words in her mouth. It's almost like, they were insinuating it so much to where she was like, yeah, I think, no, it's definitely him. And that's when they just kind of like ran with it. So what you see in the affidavit is it didn't play out that way. So Dylan's attorney and her, and actually all of us, are pretty upset at how they threw her under the bus in the affidavit. When's the last time you've seen a witness or like a snitch in a case, their actual names being mentioned? The fact that they didn't redact it. We all think that the feds and prosecutors threw her name in there purposely to apply more pressure because Dylan was really wishy-washy during the interrogation, and with them, putting these words, set in stone on paper, it kind of puts a lot of pressure on her now because everyone views her as like some star witness, the star of the case. So that's what we all believe, that she kind of is getting screwed over by, the feds and the prosecutor, because now she has to testify and she has to say kind of what words they put in her mouth instead of what she actually believed, and what she actually knows happened, like with her own words, not words that were like shoved in her mouth, So yeah, her attorney is pretty upset. She's pretty upset, but at the same time, she knows that, she can be a huge help in this case. So it's not like she's identifying somebody she didn't see. It just didn't play out necessarily like, oh, bushy eyebrows. She saw bushy eyebrows, and was able to 100% identify him, It's just initially when, detectives and feds came in and took over the scene had been contaminated so badly by the local authorities. When they first came, first responders, they stomped all over the place, contaminated the scene. All the, other people that were at the house, they were, walking up and down the steps, to make sure what they're seeing is what they're really seeing. So, I mean, this is a scene that was really badly contaminated. So to equal the playing field, the feds feel like, having a star witness is critical here. But just the way she was being interrogated initially was, it's kind of crazy. It's not what you guys think. They weren't being all sensitive and gentle to her. They were really accusatory and kind of, pressured, put the press on her. Thought that she might have something to do with it because it just didn't make sense to them why she's the only one alive. And on top of that, didn't see anything or really hear anything. She didn't want to be nosy, didn't want to, get up in her roommate's business. She told him to be quiet. I mean, the last thing that crossed their mind was people are getting slaughtered next door and upstairs, So I think that's pretty much everything I've covered. So yeah, just to go over the whole, suffering trauma. She was shocked that she saw him walk past her. Like, it's not as dramatic as you guys think. Like, he was already halfway towards the kitchen and walking out. And for all of y'all that are scratching your heads, yes, police do lie. They've kind of thrown everybody around the ringer through this whole case from the very start. And you have to think about it. Why would a survivor, a victim, have to hire an attorney? Obviously, they were mistreating her pretty badly as they're interrogating her, especially now.
Welcome, Bonnie. Good to see you, dear. I missed you.
That's all because they're pretty upset she hired an attorney to begin with, and because they want to put a lot of pressure on her from the public for her to be the star witness. But aside from that, she's doing good. She's the same old Dylan. Yeah, no, there's no trauma, PTSD, anything. She really feels for, her friends who.
Guess she don't need to go fund you then.
She does beat herself up a little bit about, not being more involved in the situation that night.
Well, that tells me, and great job, Dakota. There's gonna be more, but I'm just saying, like, they're let's look at this and ask about the GoFundMe. That's all I'm saying.
Like, she's not traumatized, so
something like that, it's not gonna cross your mind that something like that's taking place in your house. So yeah, she does feel for the family, and she's really saddened by the whole situation. But as far as her as an individual, she's still the same person. She's not like a traumatized individual, So yeah, I think I pretty much covered everything. And let's see. Yeah, no, that's everything. Hopefully this video doesn't come off sounding crazy, and clears up a lot of the questions everybody has. All right.
So there you have it. So, in light of knowing what we know now, having seen the body cam footage that we've seen, what do you think? Is this real? Was he really in Dylan's inner circle? And did this information come from Dylan? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching.
Great job, bud. I don't think so. I didn't think so then.
She would definitely have somebody do this who makes her look like it backs up her story.
Thank you.
Why would she want somebody to back up her story? You know what I mean?
That is my thought on that, and I like how you brought that back out, Doc, from a while back, because after seeing that body cam, remembering that, it makes you wonder. I think she, like you just said, did she have somebody do that for her? Why not believe that?
Her best friend's boyfriend? Sure. I'll do that for you. Sure, hon.
It could have been her boyfriend that did it. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They don't have to say allegedly and all that. But I mean, she just told the whole story that she kind of just told everybody. You know, I didn't think anything, but nothing happens in Moscow.
Yeah, great job, Docket. Thanks again, bud. Appreciate you very much. I forgot all about that video for the longest time. I remember the first time I saw it, I'm going. But see, that tells you something else too. If that was real, what we saw at the sentencing hearing.
Yeah, right. Right.
That's the exact opposite of what she said here, what's being said here as compared to what we saw. So think about it.
It's very probably on point, probably how she truly feels. I think the acting comes in at the impact statement and the
yeah, I don't believe that was true at all, folks. I just don't. I don't know who that guy is, and I don't know if she put him up to it or if he did it on his own or whatever, but I don't believe that at all at that point because Fizzy said the dude regurgitated the PCA early rumors. Yeah, I gotcha. It's crazy how there's Docket right there. It's crazy how differently it hits. 100%, bro. 100%. It does. And that's a good point. The way you brought that out. I like that. I do have to agree with one thing in there through the whole thing is that I do believe that Ellie did definitely throw her under the bus to some extent by the way that they twisted. That's one thing that is true. Whether he knew it or not, it is true. So
I kept saying, I'm like, what if she is trying to tell her truth of what she remembers? And they're like, no, hon. And like to put the point in a different narrative than what really happened. But when it came to the cleanup, that's what I said. There's way a lot. You would have heard that. You would have heard.
Listen, I don't believe anything she says at this point anymore. After finding the Vampire Diaries, word for word type thing. Like what? No, come on.
And
then, and then he didn't even include Bethany in that either. That's another issue I have with that. So
she's not the only surviving roommate. I was like,
right.
Dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't think he had all the points in that either. It's crazy. And it definitely hits way different, Docket. It really does. Guys, go check out Docket's channel, hit the like button, subscribe, and please share it out if you will. I appreciate that very much, guys.
I know I have fried her to no ends on a previous screen that we had, Dago.
and that's just fine.
And I feel that everything that was said about Dylan, even way before everything was coming out, everybody had very concerns about the 8-hour window. They just could not wrap their minds around what happened in 8 hours. And now that we find out the text messages and everything else that has come out about that 8-hour window, and then when we finally did see the body cam, I saw a hysterical Dylan. And everybody's saying, where's Bethany at? Bethany was calm and composed through that whole thing. So what happened, Dylan?
No, Bethany wanted to know if she was still going to be able to go home. That's what she was worried about. Remember that?
That was my interpretation of Bethany. But I'm just saying that as far as her hysterical demeanor and the way she was crying and being so dramatic, and you see when Bethany walks up to the officers, she was so calm and composed that the only thing she was concerned about was going home.
Yep. Yeah, that's the first thing she can ask out of her mouth as far as her own questions was, can I still go home? I got a lot of stuff to do.
I was like, what?
4 of your friends were just murdered in the same house you live in, and you want to know if you're going home? You're worried about having turkey. Come on now, chick. Get it together.
No. I mean, green bean casserole is good and everything. Like
that's crazy. Eddie, what are your thoughts on that video that we just watched? Hey, Mr. Girl, good to see you.
It's just red flags after red flags after red flags, and now she's going to other people trying to justify how she act. But I can see why the feds kind of got down on her and got onto her because her statements they're not good statements.
No, not even close.
My thoughts would be, there's some things that are true in there. She was thrown under the bus. Words were put in her mouth.
Of course.
There was the part with, they applied a lot of pressure, and it was like an interrogation. I highly doubt that. I don't think that's true
Right.
at all. He mentioned that she said that days after the incident that the authorities showed her pictures of Brian Kohlberger and asked her if she could identify
That didn't happen.
him. No.
Nope. I agree with you. That did not happen. I agree.
Do we know when that video? Because I think we all saw it. Legendary said, wow, that's back. I remember this.
Yeah. I don't know, Doc. Did you have a date on that video when that was first released, bud? I don't remember, because I know it was at least 2 years plus ago.
Has to be after the PCA.
Is it January, I think, or something? Right. January 2023, I think it said, maybe. I don't know.
I can't remember for sure, but I remember showing it to you guys and like, what the hell is this? And then, okay. And if you remember right, we were not allowed to talk about Dylan or Bethany for Jesus, the better part of 2 years, folks. It was just, that's victim shaming. Docket said it came out January 23rd to 23. Thank you, bud. There you go. There you go, buddy. So Eddie, do you remember what date the PCA was released?
Probably just a number of days after January, within a handful of days.
Yeah. Okay. So it's right in that realm. There you go.
And it's funny how that came out, because at PCA, they went with the narrative that Dylan gave them and ran with it. I mean, if you go back and reread it, she exactly her words to that officer on that body cam.
Yeah, if you're taking it at face value, if you think that those thoughts and that script came from her, that it originated with her,
right?
Then yeah. But see, have you considered if those words were put?
Where are you going, Fizzy?
Into her mouth, if she was told to say that.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
exactly.
quite possible. I mean, anything.
Good night, Fizzy.
Anything is up in the air right now. I
mean, well, remember Officer Nunez? He kept repeating, just you might have to tell this story again. Remember the story.
You might want to write it down, because you're gonna have to tell this to many other people, and that was an odd statement to me. I mean, I get why he would say that. They were really playing into her a lot. And I don't know if it's, damsel in distress, pretty girl, young guy, whatever, blah, blah, blah type thing. But come on now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Here's another thing that was an issue with this whole thing too. A lot of these officers that were there and showing up are young, not very experienced in like real crime, okay, other than knocking on doors and telling them to turn their stereos down and handing out speeding tickets on campus. And they're basically, a lot of these guys were campus security is what they were.
Yeah.
So none of them have ever dealt with a real crime in some sense, so there's that too. But seeing this girl crying and they fell into the trap. I'm just gonna put it that way. As compared to, if you notice, Gunderson compared to the younger guys,
yeah,
he wasn't having that. He was like, okay, yeah, whatever.
That's why I was like, is he shady, or is he just looking at all of them, making sure he keeps an eye on every single one of them to see who's saying what and who's acting like who's
in some senses, yeah. And I don't trust him either, so there's that. I'm just saying, but
the fact that we have seen some things, and it's like, I just, like I said, it was now when there's a cleanup. And they probably could have smelled bleach, and they probably didn't believe anything. I'm just can't. I don't know where.
Right.
I don't know what to do with all this. Like, I don't know where to go with it at all.
Scott, welcome, Scotty. Good to see you, brother. By the way, I absolutely said the same thing the day she read it. It sounds exactly like it was written for her, not by her.
Of course. That was
somebody wrote that for her, and I believe that The statement that was read for Bethany was probably written by the girl that read it. That read it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't trust either one of that situation at all. I'm just saying. Jacob, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you. Jacob always has very interesting questions for me. And he says, my question is, does Dylan and Bethany know something that they wanted to keep hidden from law enforcement and other that were there? I mean, I guess you could look at it that way, Jacob. But I think that in a sense, maybe somewhat, but in a sense, I think law enforcement knows those things too. Some law enforcement, let me put it that way. By the way, Bonnie, I didn't really get to say hi to you very much. I'm so glad to see you. I was worried about you. It had been a while. It's wonderful to have you here, dear. I hope you're doing well. We've missed you very much, and thank you so much for that super chat. God bless, hon. Much love to you.
Joanne, good point. I forgot about that part when he said that. She wasn't going to sleep. We know that now. She didn't go to sleep. So
no, and they've repeatedly. I'm so tired of hearing that these kids were murdered in their sleep. No, they weren't. And neither were the two roommates. They were not. Nobody slept in that house that night.
Or before or after.
Either time. The only people I think may have been asleep was possibly Maddie and maybe Ethan. That's it. Okay. And like I said, I think Dylan may have maybe slightly started to doze off. Besides that, no. Perpetual conflicting accounts. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hildreth Media, welcome. What are the odds that Dylan and Bethany were using Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana's phones to shift the timeline?
I thought about that.
Odds very high in my opinion. I will anything like that. I will absolutely agree with you. Is very, very high odds. Great statement, by the way. That's a good statement.
Because nobody knows where Xana and Ethan came from, except we know that they ordered something from DoorDash, allegedly, maybe. And other than that, I mean, if it was, like I keep saying, they wanted to believe it was one person, I'm sure the other four would have ran out of the house. Why the other two are upstairs. You know what I mean? Like in the middle of something in the room, people have time to leave, have time to run out the window, jump out the window, run out the door.
And I think, folks, if we could figure out where Xana and Ethan were the rest of the night and what time they actually came home, we may be able to possibly somewhat figure out what happened.
Yeah.
I think that's important. I think it's very important. Because we don't know. We don't know where they were. We also don't know when they got there. Go ahead, Eddie. I seen you were about to say something. Go ahead, bud.
Well, I just wanted to tell Krista that I appreciate her saying, when she was mentioning the DoorDash, that someone ordered it allegedly.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a good way to,
Kind of brings me to ask this question. Dago and, everybody here, have you seen Pav's recent video?
Mm-hmm.
Say that one more time, bud. You cut out for a minute.
Have you seen Pav's video that he dropped today?
I saw part of it. Yeah, I saw part of it.
It's really interesting what he's pointing out about the Jack in the Box bag.
Oh yeah,
and the area around the kitchen where all the microwave and all that stuff is. He did a deep dive in that. Even showed 3 different pictures of the same thing.
No, I didn't see that. I saw the one from yesterday. Then what was he saying?
I dropped like 3 of them today, I think.
Well, the way they kept moving the bag around over time and taking different photos of it, and how they would redact, black out the name Xana on the bag sometimes and not other times. So
gotcha.
What does all that mean, right?
And what's eye-opening too is he's got pictures that were taken on the 3rd of December.
Yeah, that was weird. Food on the.
He's got pictures of the same thing area dating all the way to the 3rd of December.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's
I guess
kind of eye opening because it looked like they took everything off the counter where she had her food bag and put it all on the kitchen table across the room, and then put the stuff. What they call it, Eddie? I'm sorry, I'm making bad.
the Jack in the Box.
Where the jacket box and all that stuff is, they moved it across the room, then put that stuff down for the blood test for blood or whatever it was too. So they done rearranged the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've
And
seen many people state that they believe, amongst other things in the house, that the kitchen looked like it had definitely been staged. Okay.
it my humble opinion, the way it looked like through the body cam footage, the house was clean. You know, you would never guess that happened in there. You know,
I said it looked like they had a party and just forgot to clean up.
Dago, I don't know if you'd be able to. I emailed you probably maybe 3 hours ago now a picture of the Jack in the Box bag, the one that we first got from like mainstream media put it out there. I think roughly January 6th is when they put it out. But the email, I don't know. I just put Eddie, so I don't know if that helps you locate it. Between 2 and 3 hours ago, I'd say. And again, it's that picture that we've all seen for nearly 3 years now of the Jack in the Box bag.
Yeah.
If not, that's cool. We can explore it another day.
I'm looking. Sorry, bud. Sorry, I'm pulling it up right now. And
Unless you had, that photo in your, camera roll or whatever.
I probably do. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to. Here it is again. There we go. Sorry, I opened it up and it sent me somewhere else at first. Yeah, that bag has been moved all over the damn place. That's true. Hold on a minute, guys. Yeah, this was the original one I think we saw. Besides the original one showed it with the plant knocked over before they picked it up. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's what I sent you. That's the original one that we've seen all along.
Yes. Yep.
Now,
And we go ahead.
We got to ask ourselves, who took that picture? Mainstream media released it. You think Ted Williams took that picture? You think Nancy Grace, or even
Of course not.
Maybe Fancy Grace?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it definitely didn't come from them.
Yeah, we know who took that picture, right?
Right.
I shouldn't have to say it. Everyone should know who took that picture. So how did it get on January 6th disseminated to the mainstream media?
The same way the rest of the stuff that was done too. Yeah, that's a good question too. And why?
And why that picture?
Yeah, that's very specific in that aspect. Very much.
And also ask yourself this question. Who was it? It's a trick question, by the way, so be careful. Who was it that said Xana ordered Jack in the Box or DoorDash or whatever? Who was it? I won't keep you waiting.
I'm not answering.
The answer is
I refuse to answer. Yeah.
We did.
There you go.
The PCA mentioned something about the DoorDash, and then this photo was released right on the heels of the PCA, and we built that story. And now that's your own truth in your own mind. Look how they did that to us. They influenced what you believed. you can't prove that it's not true. Maybe she did, but the way they did it, it seems very unlikely that she did.
Agreed. And then, funny enough, okay, funny enough, how long did it take you guys before we were told that, well, Xana didn't order from her own account. She ordered from Ethan's account. When did that come out? That just came out just like a few months back, right? Why
Could be,
was that
yeah.
changed? Why was that changed from it went 2.5 years? Xana ordered and here's the thing, folks. Xana ordered DoorDash and it showed up at 4 a.m. Right? Just like Xana was last on TikTok at what was the original time? Does anybody remember? I can't remember the first time we were told for the longest period of time.
I heard I don't know if this is true or not, but she texted the DoorDash driver, like, where the hell are you? Where's my food? Or is that true? Or like,
I have no clue. 412. That's it. Thank you. Typically, 412
Okay.
was the first time that Xana supposedly made her last TikTok. That was what we were told for 2.5 years. And then all of a sudden, just like around the same time that she ordered from Ethan's account came out, all of a sudden it was 316. Why did that happen? And why after so long did that happen? Why weren't we told that in the beginning? And why were we not told about Ethan in the beginning, her ordering off of Ethan's account? Now, mind you, we were also told that this right here, that was an old order. That wasn't that from that night. Remember that? We were told that was probably from days ago. And now it's the actual order. You see what I'm saying, you guys? None of that makes sense to me.
why are they so like all these hour changes and like they did that with Karen retrial. First it was 12:45 that apparently the hit was, but she was in them and they found out that she connected to his Wi-Fi at 12:36. It was up, moved the whole thing back on out like 15 minutes, and they said, "Oh, we have it on ring cam. We have the whole 12:45, 12:45."
Yeah.
Like, just like with Cyree, the extractions all come out, and it's like, oh, well, you're all liars. Oh, you're all liars. Okay. Huh.
Right. And the point I'm trying to make, though, is 2.5 years. These things stayed in order. They were never changed. That was the way it was. That's what we all learned. And then all of a sudden, within a period of, I'm going to say 3 months ago is when all this shit started happening, but they started changing things up left and right. There's a reason for that somewhere. Okay. There's a reason that at that point in time, these things started to change. I don't get it. Why didn't you tell us that in the beginning then? If you knew that the whole time, why didn't we know that the whole time? Why did you just let this sit here and play out for all that time?
And you guys didn't know who the DoorDash driver was until she made her.
Well, that's another thing. That's another thing. We were told for 2.5 years that the DoorDash, and very clean and clear, nobody even questioned it. The DoorDash driver went to police within a couple of days, turned herself and said, "Hey, I'm the DoorDash driver. Did everything you're supposed to do, swab, blah, 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 and everything." And she was cleared. We didn't even know if it was a he or a she. Okay. That was the end of that. Didn't hear a damn word about it until about 2-3 months ago. Bada bing, bada boom. Now it's Molly McMichaels. And now we're hearing that they had to do a pen trap chase on her, trace to find her. She didn't go to them. Once again. Why? I want somebody to understand this enough to be able to tell me why.
Right.
Because none of these things are that serious that they had to be lied about. Okay.
Yeah, really. Unless you have a reason to lie about them. Like Molly, you know what I mean? Like Molly, what was her reason for not coming forward? She didn't see anything, right? All she was a DoorDash driver.
Right. Yeah, she did have a bag in her room too, Jen. That's true.
A food or food or
It was a Jack in the Box bag, but yeah.
I mean, is that what they ate all the time? I can imagine if I don't know. I don't even know where Jack in
I
the
think it
Box
was one of the only places it was open late like that.
I also think, like I said the other day, Molly's probably one of the only people that works at that time at night. So I mean, I'm sure she knew where that house was. I mean, if they order a lot and they order late at night, I'm sure she's one of the only people that drives that late at night. Make good money when kids get out of school, get out of the bars and stuff. But I mean, I don't know.
By the way, that came from that document, the defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding self-authentication of records.
Right.
Item number 16.
And it says the DoorDash records for Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. The audio-visual number is right there. April 5th of 23 on that drive. Again, and it says audio-visual 000265 contains Ethan Chapin's DoorDash records, but does not contain records for Xana Kernodle. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, and it's kind of important to point out that notice how the word "not" it's all capital letters there. They're
stressing
that.
They're stressing that word. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's done for a purpose, no doubt.
Yeah.
And now we're able to kind of start putting this all together. Now that we have these photos of, these suspicious photos of the Jack in the Box bag. So it's all interesting.
Very much so.
Yeah, like I always like to say, you can't prove anything. You can know something and not be able to prove it. But it's just cumulative. All these inconsistencies are adding up, and the question remains: how do you process it? What are you going to do, knowing that? What conclusions do you draw?
Right. Absolutely. That's a good point. And the point you brought up, I guess it'd probably be a good idea maybe for us to look at this. It's not very long. I can scan through it. Let's review this, a little bit of this real quick, because this is what he was talking about initially to bring us to this conversation. Here we go. Thank you, Lucy, for dropping Dakota's link. Julia Rose, welcome. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Kim Young, good to have you here. Bear with me, Lucy. I know your thoughts.
I thought there was balls in the cup.
Huh?
I thought there were balls in the cups.
Oh, there's a couple balls in, or at least one in one of the cups I saw. All right, hang on. Let's review a little bit of this real quick.
And in this episode, because things are getting down to the nitty gritty now, we're going to actually do some real investigative work into what they have deemed okay to release to us as it relates to the crime scene photos. Now, I'm not going to do like you'll see most people do and just go through all the photos and as they're going through it, go, oh, looky here, looky here, looky here. No, I've already gone through the photos with a fine-tooth comb.
Hey, Dago, real quick, can you pause?
Yeah.
Maybe just take, click and hold, and then you can draw the red line. It's probably like 2/3 to 3/4 of the way in. And as you click and hold on the right, you'll be able to see, in that tiny window, kind of this miniature screen and image, and then just keep doing that until you see the where the door.
Oh yeah. Okay, I know how to do all that. Yeah,
because it's a pretty lengthy video otherwise.
Yes, and like I said, Lucy, just bear with me. I don't want to end up in your basement. I know. Hold on a minute, you guys.
Otherwise, there's too many other rabbit holes to talk about.
There's a lot. There's a lot. I know. Yeah. Right. No problem. There's the dog bag full of dog poo on the deck back there.
Well, he's probably left out there.
Well, that wasn't just from that night. That was like a
Um,
repeated amount of. Okay, here we
really?
go. Here we go. All right.
22. And you can see that the DoorDash bag is laying on the counter in the kitchen. And I thought it was interesting. You see the orange juice carton and the orange juice jug. Look, neither one of them have caps on them. So they well, they popped the caps and just threw them in this place, I guess. But the other thing that I thought is interesting is the pictures that we see on the counter of this DoorDash bag. This would have been where they found it when they came in to take the photographs just after the atrocity. Well, they've got this bag positioned in a way where we can't see the name on the sticker here. So if that bag was positioned in a way where we could see it say Xana, that would sure make me feel a lot better, but it doesn't because of how I go through these photos. So then we go to photos later on, and you can see whenever we've got these stools that's holding the door up, now we know these photos were taken on December the 3rd because the crime scene's already been processed. You can see the blue Amido black stains right here. And you can see on the counter right here, there's no DoorDash bag anymore. Where's the DoorDash bag? Well, now the DoorDash bag has been all moved to this table along with the orange juice carton and jug with no lids on it, the DoorDash bag in the back here. So all the stuff in the kitchen was obviously moved over here. All right, so now in this photo, you can see that they've taken the DoorDash bag off of that table over there and they've set it on the counter right here. So remember a few photos earlier, this counter was empty and the DoorDash bag was on this table. So now the DoorDash bag has been taken off that table, set on the counter, and a photo has been taken of it. It's important to note, though, that these photos are being taken of this DoorDash bag on December the 3rd, 2022, not November the 13th, 2022. And we'll talk about how important the DoorDash bag could have been as far as fingerprints and everything else to this case. But they apparently left it in this house since the atrocity just sitting on a table. Now they're going to take some pictures of it because they want to make sure you see Xana's name right there. All right, but now they're going to make it a point to turn the bag down so we can see what's inside. And as I stared at this, I found a few things interesting. All right, so this top bag right here, if you look real close, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit here. All right, so you can see how this bag opens up. That's where a burger is typically. It's in a little bag like this. They open it up and your burger sits inside there. So there's two, and then here's another one where the burger or whatever hot dog, whatever they got was in this bag. See how it opens up? So we got a couple of burgers there. Let's see. There's another one. All right, now they've taken the things out of the bag and they've laid it on the counter here. So what do we have? Well, we have burger number 1. We have burger number 2. And then we have, looks like a large order of fries right
here. See it, Charla.
And there's, I guess something was in this little plastic thing, cookie or something. I don't know. But that's 1 burger, 2 burger, 1 fry, all eaten apparently. And then here's another fry up on the microwave right here, right? So 1 burger, 2 burger, 1 fry, 2 fry, another large fry looks like, and they're kind enough to turn it around. See, there's some uneaten curly fries in there. So that wasn't all the way eaten. So, but it tells me that either Xana was really hungry and ate 1 burger, 2 burger, 1 fry, then almost finished the second one, or this was a meal for 2 and it had been consumed by 2. And that's just my humble opinion, but that's not really what I'm going to focus on. What I'm going to focus on is what I see in this picture right here, because when I start seeing things like this is when I get really, really focused in on what are they trying to create in this photograph. Because in this photograph, you'll see some tomatoes here, I think. Looks like little cherry tomatoes. And then there's this little dish right here. And then the fries are kind of aimed this way. And then there's this paper towel sitting on top of them. Like, they put the towel on there after they were eating their fries to wipe their hands. And then there's this other little paper towel right here. And it's just all kind of placed there, all, cool. Like, this is how we found it. This is it. This is how we found it. Except that is not how they found it. Because when we go back to the photos that were taken on November the 13th, when they first did the walkthrough, it seems like we got something totally different going on here.
Bingo. And like I said, guys, this is why I'm glad he did this. Multiple ways multiple things in this house, I feel like, have been staged. Okay? Look at it. They're like, it's almost like they're staging these things. Not almost, they are. Okay? These things have all been staged. Why? Why aren't you just showing us the natural aspect of the way the house was when you found it? Why do you have to change it around and move things? And moving certain things, I get it, to do the countertops. That's fine to check for with the Amido Black. That's different. But then you put things back in specific ways.
Yeah.
Why the hell are you staging it?
Yeah.
It's fucking weird. I'm sorry, but it's strange and it's off. It's weird to me.
And remember that, I had to delete some didn't come out, so they're in sequential order. Not in sequential order. It's like
The photographs, yes.
like,
yeah.
well,
I agree with you, Yvonne. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist either, but what the hell are they doing? This is just it's crazy as shit. I'm sorry.
All these things are just going wrong. Footage, no footage. You can't get footage. Oh, our refrigerator broke. Oh, we don't have any DNA. Oh, oops, our phone doesn't work the way our camera doesn't work the way we thought it worked.
No, don't forget the fire either. There was a big fire that they lost everything in too. So.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Oh my God.
Yep.
Came that way, but where is this napkin on top of this thing? And where is this napkin that was right here? And why did those things make it into the new crime scene photo as they're going through making a point to show us that there was still fries in this little fry thing right here? Why would they feel it necessary to add little garnishment to the photo? So I've put 3 photos side by side here because they all show different things. And you remember, I forgot those little books, when you were young, or when I was young, you go to like the doctor or dentist or something, there would be those little books and you would try to figure out what's different in the pictures. And that's kind of what this is like. So this is November 13th right here. This is December 3rd. This is December 3rd. And let's see if we can notice the differences in these 3 pictures right here. I mean, obviously they don't have these little bowls and this popcorn bag and all this. That's already been removed, put on that other table. But the things on top of the microwave should be pretty similar because they look like they moved those. So on November 13th, look, we got cherry tomatoes. On December 3rd, look, we got cherry tomatoes. We got cherry tomatoes. On December 13th, we've got this little dish thing here. And on December 3rd,
it's a butter dish, Pav. It's a butter dish.
Look, we got the same little dish thing, same little butter dish, same little butter dish. And then we've got these.
Did he hear me? Jesus Christ, that was weird. That was weird. I agree with you on that one about an escape.
Little whatever this little gray thing is here, like some breath mints or something. I don't know, but it's sitting right here.
That's Mio for water. I know, Lucy. Chill out.
On November 13th, the same spot looks like here. We can't see it up here because of this paper towel. But what is different? The fries are aimed this way. The fries are aimed that way. I don't know if they're aimed the same way, but they're is that even the same kind of fries? Wait a minute. Yeah, I can see. It looks like it's got the little dent on the bottom, but is that the same kind of fries? I think they're just taking a picture of it at a different angle. But I know that on November 13th there wasn't a paper towel sitting on these fries. So what is this? What is this? And why is it necessary to be in this crime scene photograph like this is how they found it? And I know that there's no sign of a paper towel right here in between the tomatoes and the butter dish. So what is this? And why do they feel it necessary to add this to their crime scene photo? But they found it necessary to add both of those things to this crime scene photo before they removed this one, turned these fries around and went, look, there's fries in there. But look at here. They left this one sitting here. This one can stay. Where's it at over here? See, whenever they do this staging stuff, there's no reason for them to do the staging stuff. This is just them staging in a way that they think it makes things look more realistic in their mind, I guess, but they're dumb, because all they've done is they've created some suspicion around what they're taking pictures of right here because they've staged this photo. And that isn't cool. And that's what makes me really start to second guess this second part. See, on November 13th, when they took the pictures of everything in its original state, they had this bag positioned in a way where we can't see the Xana written on it. And that may not sound like a big deal right here, but as I go through this, and I go to this picture on December the 3rd, and everything's been moved to this table over here. Well, I see this DoorDash bag back here. And, I can't really read the name on that. That could say Xana. And if I zoom in on it, it just gets more blurry. And I don't know if that says Xana or not. And in the next photo, they've got a zoomed in photo, but then they black out where it says Xana. And I don't quite understand the necessary need for them to black out the name tag while it's sitting on this table. Because, and look, here's probably that paper towel that they transferred the bag with the paper towel over to the microwave with. I wouldn't doubt it. But why are they hiding this tag right here that says Xana? Right? It's supposed to say Xana right here. So why are they blacking it out right here? And now I'm suspicious, because when they put it on the counter, the very next shot, they don't have any need to black it out. It just says Xana. So what are they blacking it out there for? And why is it in a picture here where you can't really focus in and see it? I wish somebody out there had some technology where they could zoom in on this photo. This is number 342. And zoom in on it and see if you can read the name Xana there. Maybe you have some kind of photo, technology that'll clear it up, because I'm beginning to think that doesn't even say Xana right there, or else they wouldn't black it out right here and then put it on the table for us to see. Now it's clearly, it's Xana. I think this is a possible ramming of, BS down our throats. And when I go through all these photos, there's nothing there in that one. Where was the other one? All right, we can't see Xana on the bag in the original photos. We can't see what the thing says in this blurry photo where they left it open for us to see. They zoom in on it, black out Xana's name on this one for some reason. And then they zoom in and show us clearly that it says Xana. After looking at the pictures in the kitchen with the microwave staged and the flow of the way these pictures go, I seriously doubt that this DoorDash bag was from either from that night, or number two, I don't think it said Xana. And that's why this document from the defense and the self-authenticating records always stuck out to me, because...
Or did they take the bag from her bedroom and take it out to the kitchen? Just a thought.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was talking about the door.
That's what I kept thinking when I was watching the video. I'm like, well, they probably just had to move a few things and maybe just forgot where they were supposed to put them back at. I don't know.
They should have taken pictures of everything before they touched anything. That's protocol, folks.
True.
You don't touch nothing until you take photographs of it. Is that what they did? Is that what they were trying to fix? Or is that why this horrible staging shit is going on? Because nothing else makes any sense.
Right.
So I'm just saying, this is odd. The whole thing is odd.
Dash, but when they put DoorDash records for Xana and Ethan and contains Ethan's DoorDash records, but does not contain records for Xana Kernodle with a capital N-O-T. I mean, they don't put capital N-O-T in these official court documents unless they're trying to really make a strong statement. It does not contain records for Xana Kernodle, meaning there's no records for Xana placing that DoorDash order. So how did her name get on that bag is what they were trying to say. You know, in a case like this, it's your perspective on things is so important. So important. I mean, it blows my mind how there's people out there that'll go through all of the information in this case and talk about all of the missteps by law enforcement and all the things they did wrong. Yet they do it from I call it a pseudo guilter perspective, right? Because they go through and they do it like they're really pointing out some wrongs here, but in their mind, they believe regardless of the wrongs, they got the right guy. They believe Kohberger is guilty. So by going through things with that kind of preconceived notion, they'll look at evidence in this case and they'll point out things that are off, but they still miss so much because they believe that in the end, law enforcement got it right.
Pause it right
However,
there.
if you go through with an open mind that
Yes,
I
sir.
couldn't have said it. I've been trying to say that for so long. I've said it probably in 10 different ways, but what he just said right there, if you guys felt the full effect of that or not, if you haven't, rewind it, listen to it again. That is important to understand in this case, because there's a lot of that's happened and it's still happening. It was very well said. I appreciated him having said that.
If you didn't hear him, I'll play that part back real fast.
they'll look at evidence in this case and they'll point out things that are off, but they still miss so much because they believe that in the end, law enforcement got it right. However, if you go through with an open mind that it looks like because of all these missteps that law enforcement could have absolutely gotten it wrong and maybe the wrong guy's sitting in a jail cell, then it opens your mind to the possibility of real things you can find in all the court docs and all the police reports and all the evidence in this case. And that's something you should really consider as you're consuming information in this case. I mean, you should probably, the person that you're watching, you should ask them, just ask them to tell you straight up. Do you believe Kohberger's guilty? Just ask them, do you believe Kohberger's guilty? And then based on what they say, maybe that's how you should, I mean, I'm not telling you how to live or think, but definitely it should keep your mind open to things that they continue to tell you about in this case. I have no doubt in my mind, not only did this investigation screw up, I have a very good grasp on why it screwed up, why so many things are covered up, what happened before and after, what happened during it. And I'm putting together a lot of things, folks, and I'm not ready to break it out to the, to the whole world yet, but I have been uncovering a lot of information. I got one of the assailants. I know one of the assailants now that was actually in the atrocity. There's no doubt. And I know a lot of other things around that, but there's several more of these crime scene photos that I didn't go through because I think those really paint the picture and validate exactly what I was thinking about some certain situations in this case. And I've got to use those as the second part of my part 3 series. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Post your comments, thoughts, criticisms, and until next.
Alrighty.
Thanks for sharing that, Dago.
Oh yeah. Anytime. Anything we need to do to make some points with certain things. Eddie made a good point because it is crazy, you guys. One thing I want to know is why they focused on the damn DoorDash bag a lot. Is it to prove that there was DoorDash purchased? Is it, because that's how it looks if you think about it. When you notice it when you're going through the photographs, they did focus on it. They took pictures of it. They took pictures of a lot of things in there. They took everything out of the bag that was in the DoorDash bag and took pictures of that too. Is it to prove that, that DoorDash was ordered, or is it just to show what's there? I've never seen things done in that. It's just weird as shit, folks. It truly does look like staging. It does. And I've said that since we got these photographs, as we're looking at these different things, like they're staging the whole house in some places too, even if you want to say it with the table and different things in different rooms. It's like, what are you guys doing? It's weird. Yeah, I mean, like I said, bingo, Rach. That's what I was trying to say. To confirm the DoorDash that they received at 3:59 to confirm the timeline. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. Just saying. That's true, Jen. Like I said, guys, I don't always agree with him, and I didn't always agree with him way back when. There were some things that he said differently, but lately he's been bringing some things that have some sense to him out. And, if I see it and I agree with it, I'm going to talk about it. So, and I'm sorry, Lucy. I know your feelings. I hope you're okay. I hope you didn't explode over there. Why the hell didn't we find out whose stomach it was in? Would be telling. If not, yeah, that would be in the autopsy that we're probably never going to see, James. That's a good point, though. That's a very good point. But how did they prove who ordered the DoorDash? They don't. You can't. Like I said, folks, for all we know, that bag could be from that night that was handed over at 3:59, or that bag could be from October 15th of 22. And they found it and sat it there and took a picture and said, see, here it is. It was ordered that night. We don't know. There's no date on anything. It's just a name. It just, I don't know. Are you talking to me, Wade, about your comment or another comment? Let me go back up and look. Hang on. Why didn't they put the time on the bag with their name? Do they usually do that? I don't know anything about that stuff because I never ordered from that place, or I've never seen that done on the bag that I received from when I did it. Tandy saying wanting to prove that Molly was there, maybe that she was delivering DoorDash. This whole thing is insane, you guys. Thank you, Krista. And by the way, if you can still hear me, have a good night.
I think that's, the exact way to describe a psyop. It's just insane.
It really, truly is. And that's what this has turned into. People said, in the beginning, I'm like, no, come on. Eddie, you remember. I'm like, no, come on now. Come on. This doesn't make no sense. Yeah, it's not. Then you would just very patiently sit there and go, okay. In all reality, just wait, Dago. I'm going to shove this down your fucking throat when you see it. Just saying, but, nope. I'm hard-headed. People have to see certain things before you can actually process some things, guys. And it took a while, but.
That's right. Yeah, it takes a while.
And I appreciate Eddie's patience with me. I truly do. It doesn't. I've never seen anything like this before. Never.
I have seen. I've been watching Pop for a while, and I've seen him pretty much call out all the guilters on their bullshit. Excuse me.
Oh, that I've seen. Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about
I've
this
seen it
case.
with
I've
that.
never seen anything like this case in my life.
And that last little bit of that comment was no doubt telling people to beware. It makes sure that you're getting your information correctly from those who's been covering the case instead of being in the mainstream media, getting caught up in the narrative that's false.
Well, I got something to throw at you guys real quick. Remember how I've been, because Eddie and most of you guys that know me in here know that when something bothers me, I don't let it go until I kind of try to figure something out with it. So I've been stuck. Hey, Kelly, good to see you tonight, hon. I've been stuck on that 430, 429 SUV that turns the corner and stops at the house. Remember, we talked about it this morning. And I've been thinking and thinking and thinking, right? Let me ask you guys a question. And this is purely what if, absolutely alleged. We don't have, and another thing that's been bugging me is where the hell Xana and Ethan were and what time did they truly come home, right?
Right.
Now, I'm going to throw something at you, and I don't want you guys to all run away and say, Dago's crazy, I'm done. Because I'm not. But listen closely. One thing we've never gotten from this case ever, and I mean ever, is a true to form, absolute 100% true time of death on any one of the 4 victims. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's right. And that's purposefully done.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Because what we were told was noon. That's it. Well, we all know that ain't true. So, okay. But we never ever got a real deal time of death on any one of the 4 victims. So, we don't know where Xana and Ethan were after, I think the last time anybody saw them somewhere was 2 a.m. and it wasn't at home. We hear everything that Dylan's saying in her statements, this and everything else. And then we see this 430, this loud ass, souped up SUV of whatever the hell it was show up. What if that was Xana and Ethan coming home at 4:30? Now I know you're gonna say, but Dylan saw her.
No, I commend you for that thought because it's very possible. How can we
There's no
overlook
way
it?
to prove it differently.
Yeah, we have to consider it.
That's what I'm saying. We do not know when they got home. Okay. But if you listen to Dylan's statement, it was at least before, what was it, 4:27 when she saw Xana when she ran to Bethany's room, right? Okay. Now, no, not coming home in the Explorer. Don't get me wrong, because that Explorer, we found it in the document. Eric Gower says that he saw it there when he picked the girls up to take them to the corner club, whatever. That's fine. We'll leave that there. Hey, Ginger, good to see you. But we don't know 100% whether Dylan saw her or not. Am I wrong? We don't.
Right. Yeah.
We're just taking her word based on her statement.
Right.
Well, guys, how many other lies has Dylan told us already?
That's
Or-
the same lie that she turned around and told the
Let me
officer,
be-
or asked the officer on several occasions was Maddie and Kaylee upstairs.
Yep. Let me.
She
and
didn't
I'll
even
be
know
nice.
they was at the house.
Right. Let me be nice. How many pieces of misinformation has she given us? Okay.
Come on.
So there's that. And what about the DoorDash? Yeah. What about the DoorDash, Lisa? Is this being, that's why I'm asking you, I'm pointing out a couple things at one time. That they're pointing out this DoorDash bag to us. They're pointing out her name on it. They're showing it to us all over the damn kitchen. But, I don't know. All I'm saying is that truck, that vehicle's been driving me nuts ever since I see it at 4:30. Because if we're to believe what's going on here, okay, They were all deceased at that time. Period. That's it. It's done. The dog's outside barking like crazy. This loud ass SUV pulls up and it does stop there. Okay. You did. I think you did, SRB. Yeah. Um, it stops. You hear it turn off, and we don't know what happens to that vehicle after that, or even why it's there. Why did it stop at that house? We don't know if anybody got.
You pull up that document about Manfield, the old Tisdale, said that they saw several people, including the DoorDash driver, around that house at 4 a.m. because he made several passes that night.
Sorry, guys, my ghost strikes again.
So if you pull up that Banfield doc and read through that doc, Tisdale and his partner saw several people at the residence around a little bit before 4 a.m. or so. But no, that does not say that, you know, Xana and Ethan was at home at any time. I don't think we got a clear time when Kaylee and Maddie were dropped off, did we? Anybody? Hello?
I'm sorry. Dago
You
seems
guys,
to
can
be.
you guys not hear me? Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell
Oh,
was going on.
No, I did that. I was sitting there talking to myself. I was going to ask y'all, do we know what time Kaylee and Maddie came home?
well, it was reported what, like 1:56?
They came home. Well, okay. Olivia said she saw them come home at 1:56. Yes.
So we don't have a clear time frame for Zen and Ethan. But what
No,
I'm
we
saying,
haven't.
though,
We haven't. Right.
if you go pull that doc up about Tisdale or Banfield, he said that through his patrol that night, somewhere between 3:50 to 4 o'clock, he saw several people in front of the residence.
4 to 5 people walking over there. Yeah.
So that's including the DoorDash driver.
Mm-hmm.
So he was only looking for open containers. He didn't think about stopping them and asking them or anything.
Yeah. He was
Just
looking
kind
to
of
see it.
ignored it and go on.
Right. Right.
Which I have no, if it's true to the timeline and the atrocity happened in the way that they said it did between 4 o'clock to 4:15 or whatever it was, that was Tisdale saw the murder, and there was several people.
Right. Now,
We
one other.
won't never know who it is, but
It could be.
I understand that, you know, I get it, but we don't really have anything to prove what time they did show up.
That's it right there. And that's been stumping me. And I've been stuck on that for a good month now. Okay. And even now after this, after the body cam, it's even gotten worse. And then we see this other car. And I'm like, what the hell? And I can't let go of these things. Thank you, Witchy, for that. It says the barking started at 2:17, and it did. Roughly. It was got real heavy on 2:17. SUV parks at 4:29. Barking stops about 4:30 or so. Whoever that person is in that vehicle sounds like they let the dog in. Okay. Um, possibly. So we don't know when they got home. That's been bothering me really bad. Could they have been in that group of people that Tesdale saw walking up to the house? Maybe.
I can't tell you.
Or
I can't tell you exactly where I heard it from. it might be in the MPD docs was said that all four of them was together and went to bed
Yeah. Well,
same
no, no,
time or
no.
something.
It was in Hitler's affidavit. Everybody except for Xana and Ethan were there at 2 a.m. in Kaylee's room, and it was even repeated again in the body cam footage with Dylan. And then, but Xana and Ethan are not included in that statement anywhere. Okay, and nobody knows what time they get home. So again, was it them coming home, being dropped off by that vehicle? Whatever, because we don't know what happens after that.
There
But
was there a big huge fight that involved Ethan?
there was earlier in the evening, there was a fight. I think it was either at the frat house or possibly at the Hungadunga. So that was earlier, like way earlier in the night.
Yeah, I think Xana was part of that too, wasn't she?
She was there, yeah. She was there. And I think Ethan got into the fight, but I think it was because of Xana, something with Xana. So there's that, guys. And all I'm saying is I can't, this is a absolute alleged what if, okay? But what if that was them coming home at 4:30? That completely throws off this whole thing, in my opinion. Okay, as far as the timeline for the murders, or they come in and the other two had already been killed, and they walked in on these people maybe at that time. Because here's one thing with the DoorDash shit, folks. You don't have to be there to get the DoorDash. They'll leave it at your doorstep. Okay. So it could be hypothetical. It could be whatever you want it to be, Krista, truly, because we don't really have an answer to this question. These two questions. And it's been bothering me. So I'm just trying to think. And if it's not them, because that would mean once again that Dylan told another lie, that she didn't see her when she went downstairs to Bethany's room, and if it's true, that means that's way later than what she said. At least 15 minutes. And like was stated, Ethan was unclothed under the blanket. Xana's in her underwear. So they had to get in that house and be inside that house for a period of time, I'm going to say. I'm sure they didn't run in and rip their clothes off. You know what I'm saying? The food in that bag looks to be eaten. Well, what's going on here with the time and with, this is what's bothering me, you guys. Excuse me. And I think that Murphy was out on the upper deck outside too, because it sounds like when he's barking, he's definitely outside. But if he was outside and that slider door is open barking, why wouldn't he run back inside? And if he would have ran inside, then he probably would have ended up with bloody footprints everywhere. You know what I mean? And that's it. That's it. Where did the SUV occupants go? Who are they? How long were they there? Why were they there? And where did they go? Or did they show up as part of the cleanup crew?
Interesting.
I've been thinking about this all day long, and I can't stop thinking about it. So this is why I brought it to you guys, because you guys are the best people that I can bring these things to sort these things out.
But what you're doing is you're on the right track. You're decluttering your mind with everything that we have been, all the information that's been told to us, the narrative that we've all, come to accept as the fact.
Yes.
Over this entire time, you got to get rid of that, be open-minded, and just declutter and start afresh, because
it's too much.
If you hold that narrative to be what happened, you'll never be able to see it. You'll never get at the truth.
I have no reason to believe Dylan's telling the truth. And Rach just said, Dago, who's to say that Eric Gower's credible? In my opinion, Olivia saw 11-12 footage of people going in that other house, similar house, mixed it up. Well, that's another point. I was getting ready to bring that up. Get out of my head, Rach. Because the camera on 11-12 faces the front of that house, as we saw. You can't see the driveway, the parking lot, or even the 1122 house. So how the hell did Olivia see them get dropped off there at that house based on that camera?
One way that I know is looking at the reflections in the window of the house staring back at you in that camera view. So if you see that tail light flash off that means it went up on the side street. Whereas if you don't, it just turned into the residence. That's the way I understood it.
Well, he said, I think he stated that he dropped him off. He didn't pull in, but he dropped him off right in front of the house. That was his statement from before. Okay. And I'm going to show you guys something real fast here. That's another part of this that bothers me, and it fits right into this. Okay. 1 second here. Give me a minute. Okay. This is the 1112 camera, the light bulb cam that they had all that screwy shit happen with. Okay. We know that this road right here is the road that runs right next to the 1122 house, or runs right up to the front of the 1122 house. We know that.
Right.
You come down off this porch, go to the left and walk to the side. You're going to walk into the parking lot of 1122. But this camera, it goes here. We can see the side view of it and how far it goes, right? That's it. That's what we see. This is what you're going to see on this camera. And according to Olivia Gonsalves, or whatever her last name is, she said that she saw them get dropped off at 156. Did he drop him off here at the corner? Because he said he pulled up to the house and dropped him off. Because that's all you can see right there. So how does she know? How does she know it was them?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Now, how did you know that they were dropped off? I mean, you saw a car turn the corner, maybe, but that's it. You didn't see them.
Right.
I mean,
you just poked a hole, in the theory.
And I've been thinking about that for a while too, but it get brought up here because of what we're talking about this way. But unless, and I'll accept it, unless, because there is across the direct lake, if you turn right here and go up a ways directly across from the 1122 house, there was, when Rory went there on foot and we were live with him, he found a camera across the street, 2 of them actually. I don't know that they're active though. And I don't know that we've seen that she saw those. Unlike, if she may have made a mistake. And in that sense, yeah, you would see them get dropped off, period. That's all there is to it. But she said specifically the 1112 light bulb cam. Welcome, Kendra. So I'm not saying that Olivia's lying. I'm not saying that she's part of the conspiracy or any of that. All I'm saying is she said she saw them get dropped off and then take Murphy outside to go potty. Well, see that story. Who took Murphy outside, you guys? Think about that for a minute. You remember that?
Because it's alleged that Maddie and Bethany?
Maddie and Bethany, not Kaylee. Kaylee never came back outside. Welcome, Kara Toronto. Toronto, thank you for being here. You see what I'm saying, you guys? Like, now there's holes with these things, and now that we're learning all these other things, it's screwing all this up. Nope. Olivia said Kaylee and Maddie. You're right, Jesse. But the report stated Maddie and Bethany, and then Maddie comes back to, was it Dylan or was it Bethany's room? I think back to Bethany and said, or no, and said, have you seen Murphy? No. I think it was Dylan. She went to and said that, right? I believe, and Bethany had gone to bed because she went inside because she was cold or something. She went to bed, and then yeah, okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm square on this. So I'm just saying, y'all, like, where is all that? That doesn't make sense to me.
It's just another example. It's like we're struggling to pin down the truth because it's like whack-a-mole. The truth keeps changing. Jesse pointed out a good point is, the comment you had highlighted. It contradicts, the most recent thing we've learned about who took the dog out to go to the bathroom.
Yes. This whole story has changed so many times, and it's complete. Okay. It's continuously evolving. Okay. And in a story, that doesn't happen, folks. That's not okay. It happened this way, and that's it. Black and white. That's the way it's supposed to be. I've never seen a case where a story like this continuously evolves, folks. It does. It keeps
and it's
changing.
Not just one thing or one detail. It's the entire thing.
Yes,
it's all
entire story.
all the time.
Yes, that's a lot. That's too much.
It's not that one little thing that makes you go, that's it right there. There's your proof. There's your guy. He did it. It's concrete. There's no doubt about it.
Nothing about this case is like that.
But
nothing.
We don't get that. We don't get that.
Yeah, that's it right there. Thank you, Misty. Bingo. Let's back up to that. I don't even know if that interview's still up, but she did say that. She kind of leaned over quietly and said, we got to get this. We got to get this down. We got to get it right. Don't get mad. You remember that, Eddie?
Yes, I do.
I don't know. I don't know why that was said. I'm not accusing them of anything, but what the actual fuck, folks? That's all I can say.
It means something.
That's all I can say at this point. I can't stop thinking about these things. Okay, good point, but I think it'll probably be impossible, but you're right. We need to make a list of every single thing that's been changed and lied about.
And Rach is right.
I need a notebook then.
Rach does not trust EG. Neither, you guys know, I don't either. I made that clear.
Gower?
That changing statement on the 14th, he never mentioned that black SUV was in the driveway. He never mentioned, the make and model of the cars in the driveway.
Yeah.
And on the 18th, suddenly he's got that in his story. That is suspicious. I don't like that. And it's not so much that I don't trust EG. I just think that he was prepared to testify to that, meaning that that's not his lie he's telling. He's going to tell the lie because he knows and he values his own life. He knows to do it, but that didn't originate with him. No way.
Right. I mean, did they hand him a script and say, this is your part, read this? You know what I mean? Because it's starting to sound that way, you guys. It really, truly is. And that's ridiculous to me. It shouldn't be that way, but damn it. Let's get a story right and let's stick with that shit, okay? Because that's what's making this so difficult.
Do we know through any kind of documents what time that fight took place with Ethan?
The fight's not been documented with anything because here's the thing, and I'm glad you said that too, Hemisphere. That was verified with Dana's dad and her sister, so that happened, okay? But you know what? Every interview they've done with anybody else, it's never been stated, not one time. Nothing out of line happened that night. Nothing weird happened that night. Nothing crazy happened when they were here or there, any of that. We've seen that with every interview that they've done. Nobody talks about the fight.
Wasn't there a big old football game or something that weekend?
There was a football game that they all went to Friday night. I think it was Friday. Yeah, because they partied all day. They had the football game that Friday night, and then it turned into a big party at their house that night instead of them going to the thing they were supposed to go to. I believe that's how that story goes down now. I'm just pointing out the evidence, like not the evidence, but these things that are just in our face, folks, that need to be questioned because there's too many of them. And like I said, it's continuously evolving. I don't like that because I'm already confused as to what the hell went on. And it's like, it's it's confusing us even more. Because is that on purpose? Yeah, I believe so. Did they release autopsy specifically? They didn't release any of the autopsy, Kendra. They did not release any of it. They gave us some kind of a generic report that they wrote down and said, this is what the autopsy said. I don't believe that. I don't trust that. I want to see the real deal autopsy with the sketch that shows everything, but we're not getting that.
Yeah, there's no way we'll get that.
No, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, you guys. I'm pointing out what we're seeing. I'm pointing out what we're being handed. And I'm questioning every bit of that because it keeps changing. And this here, how did you see them get dropped off in front of the house on this camera at 1:56? Again, I'm not calling her out. I'm not calling her a liar. Did you make a mistake? If you did, that's fine. No big deal. But you didn't see it here. You couldn't have. And then you saw them come back out and walk the dog, but you didn't. If they're telling the truth in the reports, you saw Maddie and Bethany come out walking the dog. Where was Kaylee at? I don't know, but that's not who you saw. And that's something else too that was just brought up in the chat, Eddie. We got two reports of interviews with Gower, right? In one of them, he says that Maddie's in the back seat, Kaylee's in the front, and Maddie's eating the macaroni and cheese with her hands. Okay. Why didn't he mention that in the second interview he did with ISP? If he told that story to Moscow once, why wouldn't you tell that story again?
Good point.
I know these are small details, folks, but it's a change up that I don't like that. Like, if this is a murder case, this is not your little brother got in trouble for stealing Joe Blow gum from the gas station. These small details are very important to me. And if you're going to change your story, I'm going to question you. Unless the girls walked by 11:12 and head to Taylor caught on. He said he dropped them off and right directly in front of their house. He didn't pull in the driveway because he just doesn't do that. There's a reason I can't remember, but he never does. He just pulled up in front, let them out, and then he pulled off. I think he even said he didn't even wait for him to go in the house or something like that. That's it.
Well, I just pointed out the other day, we can't even nail down what day the autopsies were done.
Right.
If you look at the press release on the 18th, it says that the autopsies were done on the 17th.
Yep, that's very true. Once again, evolving.
All other indicators suggest that it was done on the 16th.
Right. Thank you. So 3 different dates. Or 2. Yeah. You said 15th, 17th, and then 16th. Right. So.
Yeah, 2 anyway, 16th and 17th.
At least the 2. Yeah. Right. And yes, Ginger, that's it right there. That's the point that I'm making. If you'll lie about little things, you will definitely lie about big things.
Yeah. Good comment too.
Amazing comment. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry, Tandy. I'm trying to. Hold on.
And that discrepancy was in real time. How can they get it wrong right on that day?
Right. Let me shrink that down so it's more visible. That's a good point, Eddie. Very good point. Oh, that's still not small enough. Hold on. SS DoorDash ATO. Oh, okay. So this is are you showing me this because it shows the date and the time? Thank you, Tomboy. That's a DoorDash receipt, folks. And it shows the host, what it is, the date that it was delivered, and the time that it was delivered. So the bag that we see says Xana. Where's the rest of the receipt on it? Where's the rest of the tag that goes? Because you know what, you're right. Because I've gotten my DoorDash they tape it to the bag and it seals the bag with whatever they're using. So yeah,
Yeah, they would not have a problem showing us that receipt.
they shouldn't. They shouldn't. And that is what I think needs to be seen to prove that that was delivered that night to that house at that time.
You think we'll ever see it?
Absolutely not, because that, in my opinion, is one of the discrepancies, Eddie.
Yeah, you're right.
That can make it, that can prove a point. Do you know what I mean? That's yours from tonight. So we know you guys had DoorDash tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, and then on top of that, which we'll never see that either, Marge, the Dashers usually take a picture of the food to prove that they dropped it off. We'll never see that. Okay, so there's that. There's a lot of these little things that have been coming out, and I've just been sitting on this stuff, waiting and wondering and fuming. I can't do it anymore, guys. It's driving me nuts because it keeps evolving. Every day or every 2 days, there's something new we see in a photograph or that somebody found and puts out, and it changes the story again. It's old.
You were mentioning time of death earlier.
Yeah. Yes. Back to that. Yes, I was.
Yeah, the fact that the coroner didn't get there until like after 4 p.m., closer to 5, whatever it was. And then the autopsies weren't performed until, well, 17th at the latest.
Right.
Possibly the 16th. We don't know. That's a long time.
It's a really long time.
So it suggests, really, to me, that there's 2 different times of death. In a quadruple homicide, as an investigator, I can't believe that you're going to automatically assume, especially knowing the nature of the social groupings. You know, you have boyfriend, girlfriend, and then you have 2 best friends. So you don't automatically assume that they're all deceased at the same exact moment.
Right.
There's got to be 2 different times of death, and there got to be an effort that we're seeing here to hide that truth.
Yep, that's right. And why? You're absolutely right. And why? Rach just said, Olivia said, yeah, you're right, Rach. Olivia said that she saw them get out too. She did say that. In my opinion, Ellie or whoever gave her footage told them it was 11:22. Dago G's probably didn't know what the 11:22 house looked like. You're right. So there you go. I don't think she got that footage herself. I think they gave it to her because she claims she went there and got it, this and that, everything else. I don't believe that. Also, think about something. What were we told that law enforcement struggled with this footage? You remember that? They couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
And then it was like, what was it? 17 days after this that they had to wait to get this footage right. Remember?
Yes.
So how did she get it if they couldn't get it?
Yeah, I don't believe it for a minute.
That's what I'm saying. They probably gave it to her, and that's that. And or either that or you just told her what they saw. And
So
that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Let's scrutinize that. Let's try to envision it. So are we to believe that like she pounded on that door? She walked up there and said, "Hey, knock, knock. This is me. And, hand over your property. I'm the sister of so-and-so. And
right.
I'm doing an investigation here on behalf of myself. I don't represent any law enforcement, but I'm really close to my sister. So hand it over. And I'm going to hand it over. Once I have it, I'm going to hand it right over to these officers." I mean,
and I'm going to say this to what you just said to me, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but I'm going to say no. And here's why. One, nobody in their right mind is going to, first off, they've never met, because if you guys remember, Kaylee was estranged from her family for a while. And it was also stated in the report, they had never been there to visit her at that house. So the neighbors that know Kaylee, they don't know who this girl is from Adam. Okay. No pun intended, but from anybody, they don't know who she is. They don't know who Steve is. It is what it is. Anybody can say they're whoever they are. And at this moment, with all this crazy shit going on, and you knock on somebody's door and say, "Hey, I'm whatchamacallit sister. I need to look at your footage.
Right.
Have a nice day. Goodbye. I'm closing the door.
Yeah.
That's just how that works. So
Yeah. I'll hand it over to the
the
officers when
police,
they come seeking.
right? And also remember one more thing: the girl that lives here in this house. Remember, folks, she was out of state for a while. They had to wait for her. They had to contact her out of town to get her to send a clip from her phone. Remember that? Anybody? In the report we read, they took the camera. It didn't work. It broke. Something happened. They had to get her to send something from her own phone to them. So nobody got that footage from firsthand from that camera by going up there and getting it.
That's right.
So now what do we think? That's crazy now.
Yeah. Why all the lies?
Exactly. Yeah, it wasn't out of state, out of town. I'm sorry, Ellen. You're right. Yeah, but why? You're right. Why all these crazy ass lies?
I got to share this, and you've all probably heard me talk about this on multiple occasions, but it goes hand in hand with what we're discussing right now. But um, on the 14th, that's just hours after this thing happened. So, like the following day was the very first bit of news from the mainstream media that we got. And it was on Creme 2 News. Janelle Finch was the journalist on screen, and she's doing the speaking. She's sharing a statement by Olivia. We're not seeing Olivia, it's just a statement shared by Olivia on behalf of the family. And the statement was that stop spreading rumors about what happened and wait for the facts from police, was the statement. That's always bothered me.
Yes, sir.
Why is that necessary? Why establish the, first of all, how could rumors, even, there wasn't even any discussion of rumors at that point, but they're already trying to quash them. And then, to reinforce the, the popular refrain of, wait for the facts from police. It's unreal. That's a red flag. And it's probably easier for everyone to see it now. Hopefully you can. If not, maybe in time you will. But I was saying that, and of course, kind of feeling awkward saying it because I didn't think anyone's going to connect with that thought and share the same feelings as me. But I said it back then. But
Right.
yeah, that's very unusual and kind of alarming.
Very much so.
Nothing, and ever since, nothing has gone right in this case. From that moment on, has been a disaster. So,
Very true.
Think of that what you will.
Very true. Hey, Firefly, good to see you, hon. There was a false report that the victims were bound. Oh yeah, that came out very early on. That they were bound and gagged. I do remember that. Good point. But yeah, very, very good point, Eddie, too. I'm stuck with this thing, folks. And like I said, it is definitely conspiracy-like, but I can't get past it. This vehicle, in fact, I'll go to it again just to show you one more time since we're here on this video. It bugs the hell out of me. It really does. mind you, this dog, Murphy, this poor dog, this is why I think he's out on that upper deck, because he's outside. This is clearly outside. He's not inside the house, or he would be a lot more muffled. You can hear him. He's definitely outside of the house. He's barking. And if that backslider door is wide open, he would have ran in. He's not inside the house, okay? And at this point, it's 428. The crime's committed, okay? Brian Koberger is gone, according to this crime. There's what they're putting out, okay? So that slider door was left open. Why wouldn't he run inside the house if he was on ground level? I do not believe he is. He's on that upper deck. That's my opinion. You can hear him kind of running back and forth because the sound kind of moves back and forth a little bit. So 428. Brian's gone. I'm just saying Brian because that's what they're telling us, okay? But he's gone. This is all over. It's dead quiet now until, except for Murphy, who once again barked incessantly for like 40 minutes. That's another issue too I brought up twice now. Why is nobody, with all the noise complaints that people file in this neighborhood, and he's echoing. There's no other sound. He's outside, up and lifted up a little bit, and it's echoing. Why is nobody calling the police on him barking? And if they did, why did nobody show up for that? For 40 minutes. That is crazy to me as well. Especially this time of night. People call the cops on them during the day for making noise. You're not going to call late at night like this in the middle of the night? And because multiple people stated in reports that they heard this dog barking. Remember that? Like at least 4 to 5 people that we read reports on. Remembers hearing a dog bark. Remembers hearing a dog bark. Remembers hearing a dog bark. So if they heard it, then other people did too.
I wonder how many people were grumbling, woken up in their sleep and grumbling, really upset about that.
Wouldn't you call 911 and say, hey, because since there is some neighbor here, and I think more than one, that files repeated noise complaint reports about this area in this house.
Yeah, maybe there were.
Nobody did it, or did they do it and nobody showed up for whatever reason?
Yep, and maybe a lot of people don't. That's a tough phone call to make. I know. I've done it.
I get it. I do.
Yeah,
I get it.
I hate doing it because you don't want to be that guy.
Right.
So I understand. You just lay there and you're grumbling. It's just infuriating. You're hoping, the thing is you hope it's going to stop. You almost convince yourself that, okay, just another minute and it'll stop. And it never does. And you're like, well, now I've sat here thinking it's going to stop for 10 minutes. And that's a long time. So now it's going to stop for sure. By the time I call, of course, they're going to take some time to, roll on over here. It's surely going to be over with when he gets here. And then I'm going to be that guy, like, there's no noise. What are you talking about? Well, it was a noise just a minute ago, believe me. So you're fighting this constant inner, dialogue within yourself. So yeah, it's just many people don't call. So I wonder how many people were interviewed that were woke up, and their statements weren't, recorded.
Right. Kim, hold on. Let me direct something real quick. There are statements that will be put in, comments that we put in here that YouTube takes out on their own that we don't touch, just so you know, that have certain words in them for whatever reason. They're very picky, and they've been way pickier lately. So it's probably YouTube if it's disappearing because the mods aren't going to pull things out, like whatever. Because I saw a comment that was up there a few minutes ago that disappeared too. So it's kind of crazy. So my apologies to anybody that's losing comments. It's not me. It's not the mods. YouTube is more than likely doing it because there's words that they will not allow to be in here. Sometimes they don't even let you type it. You know what I mean? So I did notice that myself. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry, bud.
No, I wasn't about to speak.
Okay, so like I said, this dog is going apeshit for minutes upon minutes upon minutes. I just thought it was strange that nobody called on this, but we're coming up on this other vehicle showing up here in a minute. This is all, like I said, I'm trying to set the scene for you guys. This is what's weird to me. all of this is said and done now, based on what we're to believe by them. Everything's done. Brian took off. He's gone. It is what it is. You know, Bethany and Dylan are in their bedroom, and at this time, at least, Dylan has now gone to Bethany's room. It's 4:28, and the dog's barking out on top of that thing. You know they can hear him barking, but they're in her room, not moving. They're on social media, but they're not moving. I wish there was, Kim. It changes all the time. Truly does. Now listen close here, folks, because you can hear what sounds like. It sounds like you can definitely tell they stop in front of this house. They pull in, maybe back up and like straighten it out, pull over towards the end more to get out of the way. I don't know. That's what it kind of sounds like. But then the engine dies right there. It doesn't go any further. And like Eddie pointed out, as well as a few other people, I think Paul even pointed it out in one of his videos too. If you watch this house over here where my cursor's at, okay, these windows show everything on this road. When you start to go, you're not going to see it because you're lower than the windows. When you get to the top of the hill going up there by those apartments, you can see the taillights shining in these windows up here. Okay, so that's just another way to verify that vehicle didn't go any further than that house, because you start climbing that hill immediately, as we all know. Also, I'm sorry, I keep stopping this, but when they pull in, you hear Murphy start to go nuts. He starts barking like crazy, like any dog does when somebody pulls in your driveway. And then they shut it off. Okay, the engine cuts. That is at 4:29:59. Everything's said and done. According to what we know, Xana and Ethan are deceased. Of course, Kaylee and Maddie are as well. Bethany and Dylan are in Bethany's room. Who the hell is this? Did they go in the house? They turn the engine off. They're doing something. And like I said, I know it's out there. I know it's a bit crazy. I don't believe nothing Dylan has said. So is it possible, because we don't know when Ethan and Xana came home, is all I'm saying. What if that was the case? I'm not, that's not a fact. I don't want anybody to take that and say, Dago said that. No, don't say that, folks. It's an absolute 100% alleged an alleged maybe what if. That's what it is. Okay. Because we don't have an answer to where they were when they came home and what went on with them. And like I said, the last time they were ever seen by anybody was at 2 a.m. I can't remember exactly where it was. I'm sure somebody in here will say it, but or are these the people that are cleaning the house up on the inside? And if it is, how do they know to be there? It's somebody had to call them. Whoever that is, I would love to know.
That crime scene, there is some level of control. I guess that's the only way I can really put it. After the crime happened, that house is under a level of control.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that means. I kind of know what I know what I mean. I just don't really know how to.
I know what you mean, but I know what you're saying too about
It's
not
it's
knowing.
not
Yeah.
too scared house roommates. That's not the situation.
No.
There's someone of authority there.
There's got to be to some extent, or they just got there. Or there was a phone call made and this person showed up, but who made that phone call? Monica Parker, welcome. The perps had to be informed ahead of time that Murphy was not an attack dog. Thus, he would not bite them. Of course. And or controlled. He was controlled by somebody by being put out on that deck so he couldn't get in the house. Who did that? Once again, was it the people that committed the murders, or was it somebody that lives there? What do you mean? You thought who was at Hunters around too, Misty? Yeah, that's true. They built the case backwards. They built it from a white Hyundai and then got Brian's name, and it just stuck. Yeah, very good point. and remember one other thing too is at one point in time that night, Bethany was at that someplace where Dylan and where Xana and Ethan were. So I don't know. Unless the whole timeline shifts over, maybe, and that's not right. I mean, there's so much of this shit that's wrong. I can't stop thinking about that vehicle right there, who that is, and what it means. I wish somebody would. I wish they would at least give us something else to go with that, so I could stop thinking about it. She did. She said, I don't know that she was talking about Murphy barking, or was she? Eddie, do you remember if Dylan was talking about Murphy barking a lot in the body cam?
It doesn't resonate. She might have. I just can't recall it.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much that I can't either. But it does bother the hell out of me. All of this now. It's gonna make it even worse. None of their official statements mention Murphy. Okay. Thank you, Witchy. Yvonne says, I'm starting to think no one was in that house, and some people just went into an empty house and staged an unaliving scene, and then they tore the house down. I don't believe that, Yvonne, but I mean, at this point, that's not so outlandish. And I will say one thing that I don't believe and I won't believe, and no offense to anybody that does, okay? I've seen other channels, and I've seen in a couple years back people saying that they were killed somewhere else and brought back there. I don't believe that. That's just my opinion, and I don't believe
that either.
But it wouldn't make any sense to me.
No, that doesn't make any sense. But that's different than the bodies could have been manipulated in the house.
Oh no! Of course they could have. They could have.
That's not saying all four of them naturally, but maybe one, possibly.
At least one, I think, very well could have been, because we're told that one of the main things we were told through Dylan's statement was that she heard Maddie in the bathroom on her floor, second floor. If you really did, you heard her crying. It's okay. You're okay. Don't worry. I'm here to help you. So on and so forth. Well, when did Kaylee get back upstairs? That's a big question for me.
Right.
And was she killed on the 3rd floor or that floor? We saw a massive blood stain at the top of the stairwell, and there's cast off that goes all the way to the table, the pong table. Okay, who was it that got attacked there at the stairwell? Was it Kaylee? Was it Xana? Was it Ethan? I don't think it was Maddie, because I think Maddie was in bed passed out at that point. Did somebody come through that front door and walk up the stairs and walk into something and get attacked right there? I don't know, but one thing I do know is that all the lies, they're now coming to a head, and it's causing more problems than needed for sure. How come? Well, the story we got from Jack, which I still question that one now a little bit myself, is how come Jack didn't hear Murphy? Then he lived really close, like especially since if Murphy's on that upper back deck, Jack lived a stone's throw from there. Jack could have went out on the out of his front door and seen Murphy and told him to be quiet. But Jack claims that he left the bar and went home and tried to throw up, that he was that drunk. He was an 8 out of a 10. And according to that, the report had a 17-minute FaceTime call with Kaylee that he don't remember.
Yeah, and we only just now learned that it was a 17-minute FaceTime call.
Mm-hmm.
All along, we were under the impression that there was multiple calls.
And also that there was never a connection between those two during those calls, right?
Right.
11 calls, and he never talked to him once. Well, once again, folks, 2.5 years. That's the story. And then all of a sudden, now there was a FaceTime call, and they did connect for 17 minutes. I don't get it. I don't get it. And there were little splotches of blood found in Jack's apartment too, but that doesn't mean anything. Gunderson during the body cam, he had Lana pointed it out, so he did have his cam on. The red light was on, which states that it's on. I don't know if he saved it or if he deleted it or if he still has it. I don't know. I'd really love to see Gunderson's cam though. I'd like to see more than just the one we saw. There were blood droplets on the very first floor in the door as going up and up the stairs too, Kim. So yeah, you can see the red light blinking. So that means that it's on. What is Miss Potts channel? It's called what you just said, Ashley. It's called Miss Potts. Yeah, I want to see Gunderson. I want to see all their cams from that day. Every one of them. There's the link right there. Thank you, Tandy. And Taylor said there was a cleanup, plus she hired a ballistic expert. Yeah, why would you hire a ballistics expert if everybody died because of being stabbed? Somebody answer that question for me that might know that better than me, because I sure as hell don't understand that. Oh yeah, that's another good one, Justice. We know Dylan's statement's a joke, but giving the description that he was about a couple inches taller than me or shorter. What? You're on her. She's rather close. What are you talking about, Tomboy? Oh, did I lose some? Did I lose? Wait a minute. What? Oh, I see now. I got you. Good stuff.
You know what that feels like when she said that, a couple inches taller or shorter. It seems like going off script. Like someone gives you a script, you don't have time to memorize it, so you're doing your best, And it's a high pressure situation.
Sure.
There's no doubt about it. So right there, it's a little off script. And
Yeah.
notice how he does the fix. When he is paraphrasing, he's passing on this information to the other officer. I believe it's Gunderson. Am I right? Yeah. He is the. It's like he knows the script because it kind of in a way
Yeah, I get
originated.
what you're saying.
So he's fixing it. He says just the taller part. That the perpetrator is right around 6 feet.
Yeah. He just because that's nothing like what she said, you guys, and I pointed that out yesterday. She says, like maybe a couple inches taller or shorter than me, so around 6 foot. What? That ain't what she said.
Right.
What do you mean? Like that's nothing at all what she said. Or why didn't you say so? Maybe 6 foot or 5'8"? No, he said 6 foot and left it there.
Yeah, exactly. This range, 5'8" to 6 foot.
Thank you. That's what could have been
Nope.
said, but he didn't. And then he goes and repeats that same thing to Gunderson and Warner and when what the hell is his name? He showed up. So he tells it and he passes it on. Therefore, it gets passed on again. And here we are with that 6 foot, whatever it is. Okay. Dylan also said the perp was walking by that little wall towards the kitchen. That little wall is the half. Yeah. I know what you mean. Well, that's another thing I said the other day. She said he was about 3 feet from her. Well, that didn't make sense, folks. That table was 3 feet from her. So was he standing right in front of the table, next to it, on top of it? That table wasn't part of the plan. We never heard that before. But still, okay, even if he was, and she didn't get a good look at him from her door that she cracked open and looked out like this. There's a lot of lights right there in that specific area. So 3 feet, I don't know. Can you see me still pretty good? And then I'm sorry, but in person, it's a lot better. That's bothered me a lot too. So
I got to ask everybody this question. What would you think about Brian Kohlberger's guilt if, what we've been told about how, the FBI gave the tip on December 19th due to, the IGG information, which was what led to that tip that they passed on to Moscow Police Department. What if it was true that they knew Brian Kohlberger before the IGG? Like
I believe they did, but go ahead.
Like we always heard that the FBI was following him across the country, and then they backed down from that. And of course, he was driving across the country they pulled him over on the 15th, but he left a couple days before that. So 13th anyway.
He left on the morning that they took out Brett Kopacka. That's the day he left. So yeah.
So yeah, what if you learned that the IGG wasn't a connection? That's not. I mean, that's what they're saying the connection is. So what if that was taken away, and that was false? That they had him before that.
Yeah, if that's taken away, then that completely blows their story. And I do believe they had him before that. They had to have. Okay.
Yep.
And it was also told to us that they had that. Okay, what date was it that WSU PD had the car? Does anybody remember that date exactly when they actually had the plate on the car when they made that car?
Didn't they put? I'm just guessing here. November 25th was when.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout, and then November 29th or.
Yeah, it was in that realm right there. But that's when they actually made the car. Okay. Now you're going to tell me they work together 24/7. They share the same 911 center, all that stuff. They're always in touch with each other. Moscow was there when Kopaka went down. They worked together for that as well. So right before Thanksgiving, exactly, Tomboy. My birthday was the 23rd. I think Thanksgiving that year was the day before because my birthday falls every 7 years on Thanksgiving. I think it was the day before because the year after was the day after. But anyway, and then the year after that it was the day of. So the point is, WSUPD knew what this car was, why they were looking for it, and what it was all about. So they hit the car a couple days before Thanksgiving, but didn't say a word to them until December 19th. No.
20th. Yeah.
Yeah, 20th. There we go. So they waited all that time to give them the tip on the car. You're full of shit. No, they didn't. They're going to call that right away. We got the car. Here's the plate on the car. It's parked here. It's at this place, so on and so forth. They did not wait that long. They gave him that right away. They knew who Brian was right away. The moment they found that car and they made the car and it was there, they contacted, probably immediately, they contacted Moscow and said, we got the car here at Steptoe Apartments. Wait, yeah, that's where he lived, wasn't it? Steptoe? I get these things all confused sometimes. But either way, at the apartment complex of where he was living, okay? They did it that moment, that day when they got the car. End of story. You're not going to tell me any different. So, okay. Then what did they do? Then they went and looked into who Brian was. Period. And they knew who he was at that point, way before he left the state of Idaho. There was a delay because of the 2015 or 11 to 13, all that kind of stuff. But they had his car specifically, though, on that date. They had to have looked into it. And then they let it go. But they still knew who he was. They weren't looking at him at all. Or they ignored it. Sorry, you guys. Hold on a minute. I gotta grab some water real quick. I'll be right.
When did coworker get change of plates? I remember he got some new plates. Not sure when. Or sometime in December.
November 18th. I'm guessing. Someone in chat, I bet, knows it.
His birthday in November. Right in this case here.
Yeah, I think the done one, I think you're right. I think it's 11/18. But it could be.
Now, did he change it from Pennsylvania to Washington or Pennsylvania to Idaho? Because it was shortly after he changed the place. He went on that long trip. Or sometime around that.
Say that again?
He said they took that long trip. She said it was Washington.
Yeah,
it wasn't long after he changed the plates that his dad came down and they took that trip to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Well,
we heard.
His birthday is the 22nd. It's the day before mine, I think. 21st or 22nd, 1 or 2 days before mine. So I don't know if he did it on his birthday or before or after or 21st. That's it. Thank you. Keep it real. I knew it was 1 or 2 days before mine. Homeboy saying December 14th or 15th. So that was right before he left to go to PA.
Yeah, it was in and around the time he changed his place. That's when he went to PA.
Missy, yeah, right, Missy. By the way, welcome, Missy. Chris Doheny, good to see you, brother. Mittens, good to see you. Poochie, good to see you. Nana Cow, welcome. Michelle F, good to see you. So those are some of I put you guys inside my head tonight, folks, with what I've been stewing on. Don't worry, I'm not going nowhere yet. I'm just Moonbreaker, good to see you. And I hope nobody thinks I'm insane. But I've been sitting on this stuff and sweating this stuff, and it's driving me nuts, and I needed to talk about it.
No, you're probably closer to the truth than we've ever been.
It's really bothering me a lot. Okay, that car just kills me. And like I said, I what if? Okay, because we don't know. You're welcome, Missy. Thank you for being here. We don't know time of death. We don't know any of the important details on this, and I gotta question that. And I'm definitely
Yeah,
gonna question Dylan.
I've told you my accusations on what I think about Dylan too. So I'm sure there's a lot of things in this whole case we have questions about. We probably will
Right.
never know the answers to that, but it's a big old game of clue. I mean, it's like what I was thinking the other day when I was going to the body camp footage about Dylan. I mean, I may be totally wrong about that, but I'm just saying that her statements just don't add up. And I had my suspicion that in some form or fashion she was involved. And you can't help but to think that just because it don't add up. You know what I'm saying?
Not even close. Yes, sir.
It just don't add up. So I may be wrong, and I'm okay with being wrong. I just want to be right. I want to be just like everybody else. I want to know the truth. What
We
really?
just want truth. That's it. Yeah.
Because you're up all night. You're texting back and forth with Bethany. You're calling everybody up. You're getting on Snapchat. So with that being said, the Snapchat deal. That's where I guess how Hunter and his girlfriend found out what's going on. So that's how they get called in at the house. So knowingly or unknowingly, that's what's going on. And she's scared to death and she's not getting out to investigate. Why would you bring somebody else in it and put them in a position where they're getting questioned seriously about murder charges? You see what I'm saying? Things that make you go,
Yes, sir. So stewing on all that. Not to throw any more at you guys, but I got another Steve Gonsalves interview and some new. And I'm sorry right now. I know before you even see her.
oh Lord.
I know.
Oh Lord.
I love the reactions. I'm sorry. I'm saying I'm sorry right up front.
Hey,
Oh
Dago,
Lord, don't do it to me, Slim.
before you play it, my phone's getting really hot. What I'll do is I'll jump down and watch, and I'll be in
Okay.
chat. But
Okay.
thanks again as always.
Oh, no. Great conversation tonight,
Oh.
brother. I appreciate you
Good
very
night,
much.
Hemisphere.
No.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Eddie, for sure.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't really like her, but as far as I could probably
Hang on to your
that
chairs,
part-
folks. Hang on to your chairs. Don't be angry with me, but it's all within this. I found it earlier. I've been debating on it, and I'm like, well, what the hell at this point? We're all already confused and angry, so why not make it worse?
Might just be perhaps the most breathtaking piece of news to come out of what's been a flood of case files and court papers in the Brian Koberger Idaho saga. A possible answer to the burning questions that Koberger would not answer and authorities seemingly couldn't find out. Why that house? Why those victims? Who among them, if any, were specifically marked for death? Page 3, paragraph B of a new document from the Idaho State Police describes an interview with a surviving roommate. That's what they say, a surviving roommate who, from everything we know at this point, must have been Dylan Mortensen. And I want to read it specifically for you. Sometime in the early morning hours, Redacted was awoken and opened her room door and heard a male say, quote, "It's okay, Kaylee. I'm here for you," and crying. She then shut the door a short while later. She opened her door again and saw someone approximately 5'10" tall, dressed in black with a ski mask, standing in the kitchen. This is absolutely stunning information. According to a surviving roommate, the killer, Brian Koberger, used Kaylee Gonzalez's name before he ended her life. If that surviving roommate was right, he knew who Kaylee was.
Does anybody else slowly see how they worked this into the story? That's been building up for about a week now. How Kaylee's name was used. They very slowly kind of fit that into the story now. And here we are.
And you see,
Do you see it?
do you see the manipulation in the fact of, okay, if you put her in that scenario, let's just entertain this, Dago. Let's go ahead and entertain it.
Right. But like I said,
So
they have
we got Dylan keeping out of her doorway, hearing somebody talk to Kaylee, who's supposed to be upstairs. Oh, by the way, she don't even know that Kaylee is there. Let's get that out of the way. But we're hearing that she heard somebody talk to Kaylee when she's walking downstairs next to her room. "I am here to help you." She opens up her door, and Kaylee runs back up the room. So if she's running back upstairs and she sees the killer in the kitchen, to me, it sounds like Dylan knew that person and is involved in it. If that's the way they want to go with that, that's what it sounds like to me. Because if somebody was to see you standing there in a doorway after you done kill these people, wouldn't she be dead too? If she was not involved?
I would imagine, yeah. Should be.
They leave no witness behind it if that's the case. But who's to say that he ran upstairs with Kaylee? If that's the scenario they're talking about. But it don't make sense.
Right.
It don't make sense. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that. It don't make sense.
I gotcha.
At all.
So, yep. So there it is. They finally worked it in their news networks that now they're saying Kaylee's name. Now that's going to stick as a fact now, folks, because they've been saying it enough now. Now it's a fact.
And they pretty much drugged her name in Dylan's name in the mud again.
Uh-huh.
Because it's not true. It's not true. Now I agree through her statements. Dylan is not credible witness at all. Even and Taylor said that in Norfolk court about her.
Not even remotely.
There, there's her statements is way too inconsistent. I don't. According to her statements, do I really believe that she's involved? No, I don't think she's. I don't really believe she's involved per se. I think she knows a little bit more than what she's saying she knows. And I said that the other day. If you was to take Dylan and put her in an interrogation room, and you know how to push her button, she'll give up the pooch. She'll tell everything. That much I'm pretty sure of.
Mm-hmm.
But in that scenario, nah, I don't believe that in heartbeat. Nah.
Oh, I think if they'd in would have got her on the stand, she'd have shredded her, and at some point something would have came out. Yes, I agree with that.
She wouldn't be. She wouldn't be credible. And that's.
Of course not. Hey, Philip, good to see you, my friend. It's been a while. Wonderful to have you here tonight.
I mean, I get what you're saying earlier. I really do. I just don't know how to. I don't know what to think about it. I have to think about that. But I see what you're saying. But that's the reason why I keep. I don't know if you. I hate to keep bringing up Pob, but Pob already covered it in the docs. It's in the ISP docs. I can't tell you where he found it about Hunter and Bethany. It was talking about Ethan was dating Xana, and somebody else was dating Xana too, and he was happy that Ethan and Xana was
Yeah,
dating
that
or
was
something.
found out to be not true. That Ethan, or I'm sorry, Xana dated Ethan and Hunter Chapin, and that Hunter also dated Bethany or something. But somebody proved that wasn't true. I guess I don't have the way to show it to you. I don't know where they proved it at.
I
I'll,
mention it because when you that same vehicle that you just showed earlier, that's
uh-huh.
how Bob tied it all in. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
So
mistakes happen. It's no big deal.
I mean, but I don't know if we're getting closer than we were 2 years ago.
No, I think we're farther away. I truly do. Welcome, Daniela. I haven't seen you guys in a while. Good to see you tonight. All right, well, let's see what Trashley's talking about now.
He knew where Kaylee lived. And it might just have been a targeted attack with Kaylee Gonzalez being the target, or at least one of the targets. Here's where I want to add some context, and it's important context. From the thousands of pages of case files that we have been reading since this crime was committed nearly 3 years ago, that surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, gave more than half a dozen interviews to the police after the murders. And while her story has remained really, really consistent.
Are you kidding me?
Is it consistent or inconsistent?
She said, why it remained really, really consistent. You're high. She's high. That's all I can say. She's high as hell.
Okay. This is their narrative. We'll let them run with it.
That isn't, she's got to be high. That's insane.
That she gave about what she heard that night included hearing the words, "It's okay, I'm here to help you. It's okay, I'm here to help you," without Kaylee's name attached. So this is the first time we're hearing that at least one of her statements to the police included hearing the killer saying Kaylee's name. There is also this from Washington State University, where Koberger was teaching as an assistant. He was pursuing his PhD in criminology. And we knew that he was unbelievably unpopular there. We knew that there was friction, especially with the female students and the female colleagues he had. But in these new documents that we've been able to obtain, they're still not public, but News Nation has obtained them. In fact, Brian Enton, my colleague, who's been working doggedly on this story for the last almost 3 years, was able to get these. We're told that a criminology professor issued a stark warning to other professors and other supervisors. A warning that Brian Koberger might just become a predator. And again,
this ain't no secret. We all have these reports, you idiots. Oh my God. Yeah, histrionic ain't the word, but yeah.
We're character bashing again.
This is what they do. Okay, and here we are, folks, proving my point and Eddie's point too. Brian's in prison. This is over. And here they are still pushing this narrative, driving him as far into the ground as they can. This is absolutely insane.
What's insane to me, Dago, is they got footage of this man in his jail cell. How many people have we known that once they get convicted like that and they go and put them in jail, that's it. That's right. We don't hear from them again.
Every other case I've ever seen, except this one.
But you got her best detective, I guess, or what do you want to call it, on his own channel saying that I'm not going to promise you anything that I'm going to cover anything about Pope Koberger while he's in jail.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Ridiculous. On we go. Come on, Trashley. Spit the
in these documents that our Brian Enton has been able to obtain, this is what this professor says. Koberger is smart enough that in 4 years, we will have to give him a PhD. Mark my word, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in many years, when he is a professor, we will hear he is harassing, stalking, and sexually abusing. These were words that were spoken months before the murders. But instead, I want to bring in Chris McDonough. He's the director of the Cold Case Foundation, a retired homicide.
Oh boy. We got a twofer tonight, folks. Again, my apologies. Sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry.
And I hate to say this, but old Pop done buried this guy here.
Yes, he did. He buried him 6
He
feet.
even went as far as challenge this man to a debate.
I know. I saw it. And Chris, I'm sorry, but he's just such a mess. Oh boy. We got a twofer tonight. Look, that right there. That look, that explains exactly who she is. And same for him. Look at them both. Dumb and dumber. Jesus. All right, folks. Here we go. Shit.
Detective and co-host of The Interview Room on YouTube. Chris, good to have you on the show again. I don't know what it is about hearing news like that, but it just makes me feel good in a story where I have yet to feel even an ounce of good. How true is it? How bad is it?
Yeah, so actually, the good news is the inmates apparently were waiting for him. And when he got there, they are now making his life absolutely miserable. They're utilizing the vent system. They're kicking the doors. They're taunting him. And they're basically, torturing him through, using psychology. And my goodness, he's complaining. And the guards at this point, the most they can do is write it down or, tell him, hey, there's nothing we can do. You're not in physical harm.
I have so many more questions and I'm going to ask them, but I do want to touch on that last little bit, physical harm, because as I understand it, he's in cages within his cage, meaning he's in a cell for 23 hours a day and there's a slat for food.
Have a wonderful night, Kim. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope to see you soon.
they
Sleep well.
they even talk prison like they know exactly what's going on in prison.
Yep.
They are very professionals.
These two are two of the biggest idiots I've ever seen in my life, as far as this kind of stuff goes. I'm sorry.
There is a guy that I watch sometimes, and he has done a video on Barry Koberger and his prison life. He was an ex. He's kind of like AR. He pretty much said that everything they're talking about, they're FOS.
Oh yeah, of course.
They're not threatening Koberger. These people are in jail pretty much 23 hours a day. They get 1 hour rec time. They don't have time for that.
Yep.
It's not going on. It's a scare tactic. That's all this is.
Well,
Dago.
anything that these two are saying, I just, it's a comedy show at this point, folks.
He gets out for an hour a day, but if he gets out, he goes into this big room in the middle, and there's usually a cage in the middle where he can be, or he can be handcuffed to one of those little desky type tables if there are other inmates who are nearby. How can people get close to his door? How could people get close to him and actually put him in physical danger, or can they?
Well, actually, there are about 32 inmates apparently in the J block currently. And within those 32 folks, they are the worst of the worst, outside of death row, of course. And he's in J block. So what that would be, that's called a special housing unit, right? An SHU. And it's really a prison within a prison. However, the disadvantage that he's at, there's not a whole bunch of room where they can start moving other inmates around. So what they want to do is keep him in protective custody right now until he goes through the process of where do we fit this guy through the whole prison system for the rest of his life. And so he's meeting with doctors, he's going through the systems of evaluation, and they're not going to put him into general population. But until that happens, the inmates have come up with a creative idea in harassing him to the point where it's basically driving him crazy.
So I have a question about that. How does it happen that they are all in collusion, almost creating a 24-hour schedule? Is that normal? Does this happen a lot, that prisoners will band together and say, let's get that?
That's not what's happening, you stupid ass. Stop trying to make it your own story again.
One guy, and let's all work together to do it.
I don't know if they necessarily band together outside of they knew he was coming. This was such a high profile situation. They were aware that he was coming to, the IMAX prison up there. And
Okay, stupid. Sorry, Chris, but you just contradicted yourself, dumbass. This was such a high priority situation. They knew he was coming. No, they didn't. That's the whole point. Okay. He only told one truth. It's a high priority situation. They don't announce to the inmates, hey boys, Brian Koberger's coming here to hang out with you. That you just made yourself look so dumb right there. But I'm glad you did.
in Kuna. And so they got together and said, okay, well, how do we harass this guy? And so my understanding is there's a couple of different ways of doing it. You can do it through the door, through the slot. The whole facility as a whole was built in 1989. So it's just one concrete, echo chamber. And so they also can do it by kicking the doors. They even have folks.
So understand something, because stupid here is not telling you the truth as always. They're all in Ag Seg. Okay. They're all in there. So how can they get together to put together a plan to formulate? Stupid. They're all in their own cells separately. They're not having meetings about Brian Koberger. I think AR even said the same thing. They're not getting together to do this. They're both too excited about this too. This shows the sickening ignorance of both of them. But none of that happened. Nobody knew he was coming except for, staff. And this is the dumbest shit. You're making yourself so discreditable right here by doing this. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Folks that are called door warriors that just kick the doors to drive people crazy, and they can talk through the vents. And believe it or not, actually, one of the vents they can talk through is they remove the water out of the toilets, and they can actually talk through the toilet to another cell nearby. It's like this gigantic, acoustic chamber. But my understanding is they're using the vents currently.
When you turned that podium,
That's
and I was in the
ridiculous.
courtroom, it was like, man, it's on now. I mean, that was really a moment. I first want to ask you though, and I noticed this. I was sitting behind you guys, and I saw Christy, your wife, pull out her phone, and look sort of disturbed. And then you guys called the deputy over, and then he was looking at your phone, and I kind of figured something bad was going on. And it turns out that it was a threatening text message that she had received during the actual sentencing while the victim impact statements were going on. And I don't want to read the whole thing because I just don't want to give glory to, whoever did this, but I do want to read a little bit so people can see what exactly happened. It says, sitting near you in court and watching you is a joke. You know that Brian is innocent. Making threats to Brian about getting raped in prison was very silly. I am in contact with a lot of serial killers, including BTK, and I've been put in contact with a wannabe serial killer who is in Moscow, Idaho, and I have given him your address. And I don't think people realize, Steve, that this is the kind of stuff that you and your family, and I'd imagine the other victims too. I mean, you guys have been having to deal with this for some time, but during the actual sentencing, what did you make of it?
Yeah, the sentencing, there's definitely an element of crazy people that gravitate towards these type of events. That's why I've always hoped that the court would use force and be very careful with all the voices that they're talking to. Like, make sure that we're holding these people accountable and, be tough on them.
So are they going to do an investigation? Again, I saw the deputy take Christie's phone. I mean, is there any way to trace and figure out who that was? I'd imagine it wasn't really someone in the courtroom. I guess it could be, but it seems like that part was probably just made up.
Yeah, I think so as well. They just wanted to piggyback right off something she had said because it was live TV or slight delay close to live TV. And it was accurate, So we did pass it on to our lawyer, and he started working with the investigators, and they're definitely going to, or if they already haven't, tracked this person down, and they'll be held accountable. Just one less crazy person on the streets that try to find a family to harass. I doubt he's not around here. I've heard that he's in another state.
Okay. Well, listen, you guys are the wrong family to try to mess with. That's for sure. And I'm glad to hear that the police are taking it seriously. But like I said, I know this is something you've been dealing with really throughout. And even now with Brian Koberger pleading guilty and admitting it, even now these people are still doing this. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is why part of the reason we were hard on the prosecutor, because you can't look at it in any other way that by hiding those details of what happened to my daughter and the other victims, it gave fuel to these people. It gave them a wishful thinking that they were like defending a PhD grad, and a master's degree and pursuing his PhD. So, people don't want to root for like a skinhead or a cop killer or ravaged drug user. But this guy could have had a persona, and I just don't understand why Thompson would have wanted to protect him by hiding these details. And I know some of the other families have already changed their opinion of the deal, knowing all the facts that have came out. So I think it's suspicious that he purposely never let this information out.
I spoke with Olivia yesterday, your daughter, and your victim impact statement was obviously really just intense, and hers was intense, and both are getting a lot of attention. I think have really sort of inspired the world in a way. Um, she told me that she felt relieved after the hearing, that she actually did feel just a little better in general. Did you feel the same way? I mean, how are you doing now?
Yeah, to be honest, I felt great because I felt like the first time the courtroom had a representation that was in harmony of our family. We're not going to sit there and honor a mass murderer and say that he can sit on his butt because he was honorable to the sword. He was honorable to the judge. Of course, he's going to be honorable to the judge. Judge is going to decide if he lives or die, but he wasn't honorable to us. And that's, if you're not there for the victims, then what's the reason at the courtroom? So for the first time, we set the tone, and we wanted to have some power in that courtroom and dictate some things to him. So then he was just sitting there getting railed on.
Dr. Michelle Dupree, a former medical examiner, retired forensic pathologist, and former law enforcement officer who's been poring over these documents with the rest of us. Dr. Dupree, it's nice to see you. Appreciate you coming on tonight. First of all, I want to ask you about this new information that we just got from Steve Gonzalez in Ashley's podcast, where he talked about a rounded object with stripes, thinking that may have been a second weapon used. What do you make of that?
I think it could be a couple of things. I guess it's possible that it could be something like brass knuckles. It could also be, if the knife was still in the sheath, sort of a rounded or banded handle on the sheath of the knife. And if it was there and he took that to strike her on the mouth, it may be something like that. Or it could be an entirely different object. But it does sound like it is not just the knife itself.
Was there any evidence that you saw that shows, and this is what we've heard for a while, that the victims tried to fight back?
Definitely, Xana did. We know that most of her injuries were defensive wounds, and she was stabbed the most 50 or more times. I don't see anything that is actually described in the reports of defensive injuries on the other students that were there, but there may have been some. It just may not be in the report that I read.
I mean, stabbed 50 or more times, Dr. Dupree, and that's just one of them. I'm just thinking about the energy that would take. I mean, have you ever seen a case like this where 4 people were killed that quickly, that many stab wounds? It's just sort of hard to wrap your mind around how it all went down.
You ever seen a case, Dr. Dupree, where a criminology student of slim athletic build that is autistic and has dyspraxia is able to stab people that many times, Dr. Dupree?
I have not seen a case quite like this. I've had many stab wound cases, but not so many times and not with so many people in such close proximity. So this was what I would call almost a blitz attack, where he came in, he did this very quickly. He was obviously filled with a lot of rage. There was a lot of force, a lot of anger, and this happened very quickly.
Do you think there was anything that could have been done to save these kids? I mean, if in some way help had been there right away, or do you think it was just so brutal and he made sure to just, finish the job basically?
I think it was so fast. I think it was so brutal. I don't really think that if anything had been called in earlier, I don't think it would have helped. I think he was too much rage, too fast, and too determined to kill these 4 people.
And just back to all of the stab wounds, I just think about the exertion that would take, Dr. Dupree. I mean, wouldn't he have just been exhausted? I mean, do you think that's why he left and why there are survivors here? Because it seems like to do that, it would take a lot out of you.
Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. I think he was on such a high adrenaline rush or whatever he may have been on, that he was so enraged that once this was done, he would actually come down and crash, but not necessarily immediately. He may still have been on this adrenaline high until he went
Have a great night, Tandy dear. Love ya, and we will talk to you tomorrow, hon. That's the only way this would work, Eddie, is if Yoda trained him, and that's a fact.
Someplace else and finally calm down. But yes, he would be very tired after this.
And what Steve said in that interview was actually about the, I think he said the blood pooling in the stomach, I think is what he said. And that's how they know that she sat up. They can actually, I guess they can figure that stuff out during the autopsy.
Well, yes, from the scene itself and from the autopsy. We look at the scene to see what, if the blood is coagulated or dried or not. And then once, of course, we do the autopsy, we can tell a lot more.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Well, Dr. Dupree, we appreciate you coming on with us tonight. Nice to see you again.
You've been learning a lot more about how all 4 of these kids died. Can you take me through it?
Yeah, I mean, what an emotional day. And then all of a sudden the document dump began. They didn't waste any time. Moscow police has been releasing all sorts of documents. We've got a team like frantically going through them. You mentioned the autopsy reports. Let's start there. I'm going to read through these, and it's difficult to talk about. I mean, like what you just said about
Good point,
Kaylee
Lucy.
and how many times they were stabbed. It's awful. But let me read you through what we know. I'll start with Ethan Chapin. This is from his autopsy report. Fatal stab wound under left clavicle, severed his subclavin vein and subclavin artery, jugular vein severed, only had sharp force injuries, wounds caused by sharp object like knife, xanocronodal, 1 laceration on her right lung, 2 lacerations in her heart. She had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. So we knew that Kaylee fought back, but now 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive with Xana. Only had sharp force injuries. Madison Mogan, left lung laceration, liver laceration, only had sharp force injuries.
Good night, Mary.
Kaylee Gonzalez, there was a left lung laceration, a liver laceration. Think about what was going on here. 2 subdural bleeds, stab behind her clavicle, cut her subclavicle vein and artery, sharp force injuries, asphyxial injuries, so, suffocated, blunt force injuries. This is kind of where the question about the second weapon has come in. And then 20 plus stab wounds on Kaylee Gonzalez.
Yeah, well, Brian, that might make a little more sense as to why we're learning also that some of the colleagues at Washington State University said they saw Brian Koberger with injuries on his knuckles and scratch marks, what seemed like scratch marks on his face. So this makes a lot more sense. There was a pitched fight.
There were no scratches, bruises, marks, not even a blemish on his face.
Please
shut up.
Please show me the pictures of that, please.
Right, just shut up. Sit down and shut up.
Show me that. I mean, you coming out with facts, but you're not. Show us proof.
These are not facts. These are not facts. These are absolute blatant lies. How are they allowed to do this? God, you're
unbelievable.
Shut up and sit down.
At least on the 3rd floor, and here on the 2nd floor as well with Xana. I also have not seen anything yet, and I just want to correct some of the reporting that's out there. I have not seen any reporting that there was carving into, Ethan Chapin's leg. That was something that made a huge headline, and it was very distressing to hear it. It just says these sharp injuries, but who knows if we'll see more. Can I ask you also about the neighbor and Bethany, both telling the police about a strange explosive sound, like a firework. What can you tell us about that?
That's about all we know. And it's the first, I mean, there's little things that we've heard here and there. I have never heard this before until this came out in the documents that that Bethany and the neighbor both heard something that sounded like a firework. I've been trying to think of what that is. You might have a better idea than me. I have no idea. I mean, maybe something from the car speeding away. That's the best that I could think of.
Because it's not true. You can't think of anything to lie about right now. So do me a favor and shut the fuck up.
Or something fell over in the house on a hard surface and it sounded like it broke. I mean, it is a really tough one to put together, but they both heard it. A neighbor heard it, and Bethany heard it. Okay. The other information that that Koberger's job looked like it was in trouble. They had some screenshots. The police officers had screenshots from text messages between two of the Washington State University professors.
Yeah, and we had heard rumblings that he had issues, obviously, when he was the TA there, and issues with students and other professors, and he, wasn't keeping his job. I want to read you this text message, though. This is what we never seen this before. This is one professor writing this to another professor. We need to do an intervention with Koberger. She is going to try to gather information, but apparently he's offended several of our female students, which again goes back to some of our reporting from early on when we were at the school talking to people, that he had issues with the female students.
Right. And also in those documents, apparently a female student at his college, WSU, said that she saw photos of herself and of her friends on his phone on the Dateline documentary. So they didn't even know that they were on his phone until they saw the Dateline documentary. But she says she said Brian Koberger used to sit close to her in class when he showed up for class, often late. Let me move to the stalking issue, because we all assumed that the investigators would tell us that Brian Koberger stalked one or more of these kids at 1122 King.
All right, Skeletor, stop with the lies now, okay? Once again, there was no stalking, and she's still pushing it. How do you have a job? How are they allowed to put this out when this is blatant lies? Frodo and Skeletor at it again. Gotta love it.
Road, but it turns out he just might be bizarre. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. There's reports that there were people in the woods, that the kids at 1122 saw strange figures in the woods, that Murphy the dog would go running to the woods and wouldn't come back quite often. But then there's this discussion about a woman who talked to the police about being matched with Koberger on Tinder.
Yeah, and this was kind of crazy. You're right, though. We don't have any proof from police that he was stalking them. He may have been, but the police never had any evidence. We asked specifically about that today. But this is the woman who matched with him on Tinder, and I'm going to read this because I want to get it right. She says that she was talking about horror movies with Koberger. He asked her what she thought would be the worst way to die, and she said with a knife. And then Koberger asked her to do something to the effect of, he said something like a K-bar, which we all know what that means. I mean, K-bar knife is the knife he used to kill these 4 kids, the knife sheath they found in the house. She said she didn't know what that was. She had to Google it. She stopped talking to him because he weirded her out, which, I mean, I think that would weird anybody out.
She started the conversation. So who's weirded out by who?
And I can only imagine what she's thinking now, knowing all the details of everything that went down.
Well, and honestly, who knows? Who knows if he stalked her, if he was thinking about her as a target before he ultimately chose these kids at 1122 King. There was also some investigation that went on at the Latah County Jail. They started asking other inmates there questions about their fellow inmate, and a guy who I guess had one of the cells close by in Latah from August 24 to September 24. He had some observations.
Good night, Cat
What
Lover.
did the police officers reveal today about that?
Yeah, so the inmate said that Koberger, and I'm going to read this again because this is from the police report, said that Koberger was the smartest person he encountered in jail, but that he became annoying. Koberger would wash his hands dozens of times a day. He was a germaphobe, so that's not a shock. Spent an hour in the shower. Said Koberger would be up all night. He could hear Koberger moving around at night, and says that Koberger would take a nap during the day. And, it's interesting that they went back and talked to some of these inmates, because when I was in the prison yesterday, you mentioned at the top of the show, they've now moved Koberger into the Idaho prison system. What they told me yesterday is they are going to go through all of the electronic communications of prisoners in the system that he may be around to see who has been talking about him. And that's how they're going to determine what block he may go into, even though he's likely going to be in isolation, which I found very interesting. They can actually search through all of the communication that the prisoners have been having with family and such and see who seems to be the most interested in Koberger.
What?
Oh yeah, we're gonna put him on surveillance. Dago.
Wait a minute.
We're gonna
Stop.
put him on 24 watch. What I tell you right now.
Hold on a minute, guys.
We're
I
gonna
want to play
dig
that
up some,
one more time.
we're gonna dig up something on Koberger, Dago.
I did too, Lucy. Hold on.
Hour said Koberger would be up all night. He could hear Koberger moving around at night, and says that Koberger would take a nap during the day. And, you know, it's interesting that they went back and talked to some of these inmates, because when I was in the prison yesterday, you mentioned at the top of the show, they've now moved Koberger into the Idaho prison system. What they told me yesterday is they are going to go through all of the electronic communications of prisoners in the system that he may be around to see who has been talking about him. And that's how they're going to determine what block he may go into, even though he's likely going to be in isolation, which I found very interesting. They can actually search through all of the communication that the prisoners have been having with family and such and see who seems to be the most interested in Koberger.
So fascinating. And we learned today that all of
Are you kidding me?
So are we going to come through all their phone calls, or are we monitoring the talking to the toilets and stuff like that too? What are we doing?
I can't believe I just heard that. And you put that out on national news? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, are we talking through the vents and all that?
These two are fucking stupid. I'm sorry, but wow.
Unbelievable.
It is believable, but how dumb you two are.
the conversations that Brian Koberger had on his tablets and phones in both Ada County and Latah County. It's up to the sheriffs in those two counties as to whether they will release those communications to the public. We're hoping maybe they will, but that's in the future.
I don't see how in the world they're still reporting news.
She's a sick piece of work, ain't she? God bless America. Not to mention ugly and scary, but sick too. Jesus.
And both of them got their own channel, Dago.
Do what?
And both of them got their own YouTube channels.
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, right there. Witness protection, Leisure Suit Larry, I call him. Another loser that they sync up with. These people are gross. I mean, these are reporters that are supposed to have some kind of class. That these two are trash. They're all trash. Like I said, I'll just shut up.
What blows me away is Court TV done fell into it too. They're doing
They've all fell in. That's when I went off last week, their hemisphere, and I started screaming at everybody to shut the fuck up and sit down. They're telling lie after lie after lie after lie that has been proven to be not true, and they're still doing it. It should be illegal. In fact, I think in some way it is. This is just nuts, folks.
Now look, if it did go to trial and they found him guilty with jury and everything in place, that's one thing. He pled guilty. That's not really saying anything.
I hope. Listen, I hope and pray. I'm going to literally pray for this, you guys, that he gets every bit of this gets, mulled over and something happens and it goes to trial and whatever. And they find him completely innocent. And I hope he sues the living fucking socks off of every one of these people that has said these things about him. And I hope he becomes a billionaire and buys the stations that they work for and fires every fucking one of them and makes them go live under a bridge somewhere. That's what I hope for. These people are absolute, pathetic, disgusting trash. Every one of them. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
I don't know what else we could do to
And I,
prove
you
to
know what?
anybody that, hey, somebody please step up here, and help this man out a little bit.
I don't wish bad things on anybody, you guys. I've never done that. I never have, ever, and normally never would. But those two and Nancy Disgraceful, and a few others, and Jeanette, leave me alone. Any of them, they all need. They need to be whipped with a salt whip or some shit. I'm just sick of this shit. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I don't know. Part of me is still waiting to see if there's anybody out there that can come on with facts in hand and trump everything they say to their face, to the point where they have to throw them off the dang on set because they had to. No way you're gonna get back at this is you have to expose their lies to them in their face, and I want to see that. That's what I like to
Oh,
call
I would
the
literally pay money for that. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I mean, we see it at every protest that's ever happened. With somebody trying to protest the truth and they don't want the truth out, and they'll try to kick them off the thing. I'd like to see that happen. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I was hoping that was going to happen at the last hearing.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that Steve Gonzalez's son came out with that truth right at the end about Bill Thompson. I was hoping they was going to get right in front of God in the court, in front of Bill Thompson, and say all that. Right
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Oh, I was like, man, I was hoping that it was going to happen, but it didn't happen. Something like that. I want to see what is the straw that's going to break the camel's back here. What kind of information is going to get leaked out, or is going to get released that somebody's going to find the crumb on that's going to say, this might be it.
Right. Exactly.
But,
I don't know.
The docs I was looking at earlier, there's only a few things. The prosecution came out about releasing some stuff from the case. One of them said it was a closed hearing, but they did not want to release it because there's still an investigation going on about that.
Yeah, it's in one of the reports I read yesterday.
And there's a laundry list of witnesses.
Yeah. They're trying. Well, see, that was part of it, though. I read all those last night. Part of that is oh shit, what was I gonna say? Judge Hipper's order on all the way that is basically what he stated was they're going to redact a bunch of witnesses' names, or that's what they want. But Hitler said that if they've already been put out in the public eye and people already know who they are, then tough luck. Sorry, you don't get to do that. And so, yeah, that's going to be worked through, I think. So he kind of, and he's kind of throwing a little bit of a bone. Annie did a live about that this morning, about the alternate perpetrator situation and all that kind of stuff. We'll see what actually comes out. And I hope, Lord, do I hope that we get that information there. And at some point, maybe some truth will come out finally. Who knows? But I have a lot of doubt for that. I'm just telling you, I do. I think they'll find a way to make that happen and twist that up too, so we can't get what we're supposed to get from it. So I don't know, folks. I don't know. I am tired as shit, though, so I think we're going to make this the end of it for tonight. It's a little longer than I thought. But I'll be back in the morning. But this was something else, folks. That video, I don't know. That bugs me. I'm so surprised how they're still sitting here able to lie like this. That's what I don't get. I just don't get it.
I'm gonna try to see about getting into that sheriff judge deal, and I dug somewhat into it, and but yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with that.
I didn't even know you was here, Jesse. Yeah, there is
stuff going on with that. So
I've been covering that too. I'll be back on that soon too.
I just need a break from this case, man. It's just
it'll run you into the ground. That ain't no lie. That is no lie. I didn't even plan on really talking about it, but we got into a really good conversation tonight. So
that's all good.
It is what it is. So thank you for joining me again, Hemisphere. I appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you for having me up here.
No problem, bud. I'll see you soon. Absolutely. I did manage to sleep for 5 hours, so I probably missed 2 days' work. Yep. That's how it works, Jesse. You know how it goes. That's what it is. That's why I won't. I refuse to. They want us all to give up on it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All right, guys. You guys are amazing. Eddie, thank you for joining me. Hemisphere, you as well. Great conversation tonight, folks. Krista, thank you for being here. That's going to do it for me tonight, folks. The cafe is officially closed, and so is Dago. I am closed. I will see you guys in the morning, and I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Thank you to my moderators, if I still have any left in here. I don't know if I do, if I don't. They all ran. As soon as I said, okay, they booked. I appreciate them very much. Oh, yeah. We ain't quitting. Ain't no way. I'm not giving into that shit. You ain't got no. Sorry. But you guys are amazing. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. And please, folks, please don't change a thing. You guys are amazing. Love to each and every one of you guys. You guys are the shit, period. You make this channel what it is. You make me who I am, and you make each other who you are. And I appreciate you all for all of that. Once again, much love to everyone. God bless. Good night, and I'll see you very soon, folks. Bye-bye, y'all.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing sets like a bloodhound. Chalk lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Let's go quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brewed, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Bugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves a brew, murders keep the time. Men is steeped in cold, specials written in blood. Today's dish betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a song. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, blind schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.